Bore da I bob un ohonoch chi, sef cydweithwyr o'r bwrdd sydd yn bresennol yn y cyfarfod heddiw, ac a bore da arbennig falle i'r rhai ohonoch chi sydd yn gwylio'r cyfarfod yma ar-lein. Hyfryd ydy bod hefo chi y bore yma. Fel y gwelwch chi, fe gynhelir y cyfarfod heddiw yn rhithiol, ac fel arfer mi fydd na recordiad o'r cyfarfod ar gael ar-lein yn dilyn ein trafodaethau heddiw. Cal Cooper ydw I, sef cadeirydd y Bwrdd Addysgu Iechyd Powys, ac wrth I ni symud ymlaen yn y cyfarfod, fe welwch chi enwau a manylion cydweithwyr y bwrdd yn ymddangos ar waelod eich sgrin eich gwybodaeth. It's wonderful to be with you today. A very warm welcome and good morning to each and every one of you, colleagues who are present in this meeting, and indeed those who are watching online. Not only are we meeting remotely today, but as always, there will be a recording of this meeting available online for those who would like to catch up with things after our discussions today. As we move through the meeting, you will see the names and details of participants appearing on your screen for your information, and indeed there will be a list of those people who have submitted apologies for absence in today's meeting. Gar sydyn o esboniad ynglyn â phwrpas y bwrdd. Y bwrdd ydy corff llywodraethol y Bwrdd Iechyd. Dyn ni yn fwrdd undebol, hynny yw, bwrdd sydd wedi gwneud I fyny o aelodau annibynnol ac o aelodau gweithredol yn cydweithio lles pobl Powys. As a unitary board, we are made up of independent members and executive members, and we work together as we seek to, as the governing body of the Health Board, provide the best services possible for our population in Powys. A'n cyfrifoldeb ni fel bwrdd ydy gosod cyfeiriad strategol ar gyfer y sefydliad, gosod archwaith risg o ran cyflawni ein hamcanion strategol, a monitro perfformiad yn erbyn yr amcanion strategol hynny. Basically, our purpose as a board is to set the strategic direction for our organisation, to set the risk appetite in the delivery of our strategic aims, and to monitor delivery and performance against those strategic aims. And as we go through our business today, we will go through many papers that give us information so that we can fulfill that purpose as effectively and as efficiently as possible. And if you'd like to see a copy of the papers and a copy of the agenda, it's published on our website, so please go there to see the papers. As we conduct our business, you may see that from time to time, I and colleagues may look away from our cameras. Please don't think that we're distracted or that we've become disinterested in the business. It's just that we're working off multiple screens, and often in order to consult the papers, we might need to look to the right or to the left to a different screen in order to access the information. We will be having breaks as we go through our meeting today, and certainly we will be having a lunch break at around about 12:40. So, as I said, welcome, and with no further ado, we will proceed to the business. Croeso ac heb oedi yn bellach, mi newn ni symud ymlaen rwan at fusnes ar ein hagenda. Ac yn gynta, ymddiheuriadau am absenoldeb. We have received apologies today from some of our colleagues. Independent member Ronnie Alexander, Associate member Nina Davis, the Director of Social Care within the Council, and Dr. Kate Wright, our Executive Medical Director, all of whom are on leave, and independent member Mark Taylor, who is not well at the moment and therefore can't be with us. Our interim Director of Commissioning and Performance, Steve Powell, is deputising for our Chief Executive today, and therefore probably won't be with us, but he may dip in if at all possible. But I'm really grateful to his deputy, Chris Moss, who is here, who is with us today, standing in for Steve. So that completes the apologies for today. As for declarations of interest, before I invite people to declare any interests, there is one item on the agenda regarding the closure of the branch surgery in Gilwern. Members will remember that we discussed this at our last meeting, and a number of colleagues declared an interest in that item. Some of those colleagues aren't with us today, such as Kate Wright and Ronnie Alexander. Kirsty, our Vice Chair, declared an interest in that she chaired the panel, the branch closure panel, and Katie Blackburn, the Regional Director of CLICE, also declared an interest as a patient of the practice. So unless people state otherwise, I'm assuming that those declarations of interest stand for this meeting. We're not going to reopen the discussion we had last time, and so that has been done, and the decision has been taken. The purpose of the item in this meeting is to review the mitigation plan and the progress against the mitigation plan. However, the declarations of interest and therefore people's participation or otherwise in that conversation still stand. Helen, I think you're going to just share some information in terms of declarations of interest as regards the remuneration section in the accountability report.
Diolch, Carl. Bawd ar pawb, Helen Bushell, Director of Corporate Governance and Board Secretary. And you're absolutely right, Carl, all executive and independent members present today, and indeed those not, have all got an interest in item 2.3.1. That's our annual financial accounts and annual report, insofar as all of our remuneration and further pension details, etc., is declared in those reports. So we'll make a cross-board declaration on everybody's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other declarations of interest in relation to any item on the agenda today? No. Thank you very much. So we turn now to an important part of our agenda, which is why it's first up, which is listening both to patients and to staff. And Claire Roche, our Executive Director for Nursing and Midwifery, will share with us initially the patient experience story. Thank you, Claire.
Bore da, diolch, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Claire Roche. I'm the Executive Director for Nursing and Midwifery, and I'm really pleased this morning to be able to share a story from a mother who has had 3 babies with us in the South Powys area. So I'll just read this story out. I have nothing but praise for the maternity team at South Powys. When I first contacted the midwives with my 3rd pregnancy, I was booked in for a dating scan sooner rather than later. At the scan, I was met with the lovely Louise, whom I'd met with my previous pregnancies. Due to needing growth scans, I was fortunate enough to have Louise do them all until she left for her well-deserved retirement. There was only one more scan after this, and that was done by Marie, my first midwife when I had been first booked under Powys, and it was lovely to see her again. For most of my antenatal appointments, I had students, Naomi and Joe, and both were fantastic. I was planning another home birth, and Emily, my midwife, was once again very supportive of my decision. On February the 17th, around 5 p.m, Emily was phoning me. as we were due a very bad storm, Storm Eunice, and Wales had been put on red alert. She was phoning me just to give me the heads up that the midwives on call that night would be coming from Brecon, and if I was to go into labour, then they may advise that I was to go into hospital, as they may not be able to come down to me. We didn't think I would be needing them anyway, so it was a just-in-case phone call, but to remember to phone them as soon as possible if anything was happening, as my last daughter didn't want to wait for anyone. Within about 15 minutes of me getting off the phone with Emily, I was timing contractions about 5 minutes apart. I had had nothing before this, so I phoned the midwives to ask them to come, and they said they would be with me in about an hour. I phoned my husband to come straight home, and I asked my mother-in-law to come and get my youngest 2 children. I remember joking with her that we would all be done by 9 p.m. She laughed, and she took the little ones down to stay with her for the night. I started to fill my birth pool as I wanted another water birth. At around 7:25 p.m, 2 midwives arrived, and I was greeted by Jessica and Felicity, and behind them was Naomi, the student midwife. I had some gas and air while Naomi tried to do my blood pressure, but the contractions were so close that that wasn't happening. At 7:32 p.m, Bethan Lowry Strangwood was born in the pool, weighing 8 pounds 4 ounces. Everything went perfectly. I got out of the pool and Bethan had a feed, and I delivered my heart-shaped placenta in the pool that everybody was fascinated with. By about 8:30 p.m, all checks and all the paperwork was done, and both midwives and the student midwife left. I wasn't joking about the 9 p.m. after all. I think I have been incredibly lucky to have been under the most incredible team. You should be very proud. The continuity of care I have received over the past 4 years have been amazing. When Harry was born in 2018, I was under the care of Marie, Louise, Felicity and Jessica. When Alice was born in 2020, I had Emily, Louise, Marie and Jessica. I don't think many people can have 3 pregnancies with pretty much the same 5 people only giving the care. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Claire, thank you so much, wonderful. So the purpose of these stories is not so much to open a discussion about them now, but they, as I said, they are to bring to life the information and the data and so on that we discuss as a board. They are only one of the ways in which we listen to patients and staff, but certainly they are really important, inspiring often, and much appreciated. Thank you, Claire. And so we go now to listen to a staff experience story, and it's wonderful to have Ellie with us, the ward manager at our hospital in Llanidloes. Felly, croeso Ellie, a drosodd I chi. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Ellie, and I'm the senior sister of Graham Davis Ward in Llanidloes Hospital. Next slide, please.
2 ticks, Ellie. I'm just getting the slides ready. Sorry, I'll send you live now. No, it's all right. It's me. Okay, we're ready to go. Thank you, Ellie.
So, I've been qualified for 4 years, having graduated from the University of Edinburgh in 2019. During my time there, I represented Scotland in the RCN Students' Committee and was honoured to receive the RCN Student Nurse of the Year award in 2017. After qualifying, I went straight into community nursing in the city centre and also gained experience in acute wards and hospice settings. During COVID, I moved back home to Machynlleth and joined the team at Borodyfi Hospital as a staff nurse. I found this transition very difficult, mostly due to the extreme differences between NHS Scotland and NHS Wales, particularly in the digital informatics department. I moved from this role to the Powers patient flow team and was based in Bronglais Hospital's bed management team. I was offered a joint contract in a new role working for both health boards as a patient flow practitioner. This was an exciting new post which combined POWIS patient flow with an acute hospital's bed management structure. I left this post for a short while to go into private practice, but jumped at the opportunity when a POWIS ward manager post became available. So my current role. I'm currently the senior sister at Llanidloes Hospital. We're a 14-bedded unit and I manage a team of 27 staff. We specialise in rehabilitation and palliative end-of-life care. We are seeing lots of changes in the hospital currently, and it's lovely to see the staff so engaged with quality improvement projects and improved patient experience. Some of the projects include a palliative sensory garden, a dementia garden, starlight panels in our palliative suites, and a dementia cafe in our day room. I am so excited to be a part of all these changes, and I'm honoured to be a finalist in the UK Nursing Times Awards for the Rising Star category. I truly feel the majority of this nomination is down to the changes we've managed to implement in Llanidloes, and I couldn't have done it without the support of the team, estates and facilities. Next slide, please. What I like about working in POWIS. I enjoy the community support that is offered to each site. We're so lucky in Llanidloes to have such immense community input. We recently held a fete for the NHS 75th birthday and used the celebration to fundraise for our dementia garden. We managed to raise £1,800, which is far higher value than we expected. I also think we have fantastic support from management, such as our CSM Zoe Clent and our head of nursing Lindsay Schoen. Having started in my first managerial position in December, the support I have received from these two individuals has been priceless. Finally, I think it is wonderful to work in such a unique and diverse environment. POWIS is a beautiful place and offers fantastic setting for person-centred care and social prescribing. Next slide, please. What gets in the way? I find the technology we use in POWIS to be the detriment of our exemplary care. Often items such as printers, phones and computers are broken and do not get replaced or fixed for days or weeks. This can leave myself and my team frustrated and without the proper implements for timely interventions. Furthermore, whilst I know POWIS is striving to constantly improve, I do feel there is a resident culture amongst the health board which hinders improvement by preferring the safety of similarity. Whilst I appreciate there can be hesitance for governance and risk management reasons, I also feel we have so much talent in POWIS that is often not recognised or used to its full potential. Many of the hospitals and buildings in POWIS are due an update, and this can be demoralising to staff. In our hospital, we do not have a staff toilet or sink, and it can be very basic necessities that lower the morale. Finally, I feel we are lacking in administrative support in the clinical settings, which often means clinical time is wasted to perform administrative tasks. Implementing more administrative roles would free up clinical time, which would release individuals such as myself to train and develop newer staff members, carry out project improvements, and focus on patient flow. Some examples of things to celebrate. I love to celebrate our team spirit. We have 3 wonderful aspiring nurses on the ward who we love to support and cannot wait for them to qualify. I can honestly say every member of my team is a hard-working individual with a significant passion for various areas of care. Furthermore, the care that we provide on this ward is outstanding. The praise, compliments and gifts we receive from patients and their loved ones is a tribute to how person-centred our care is and how well we all know every single patient. Our domestics know every patient's name and what they like to drink at various times of the day. Our porters are always on hand and work tirelessly to keep the ward running smoothly. Furthermore, we have implemented twice daily patient flow huddles on the ward, which has reduced our average length of stay dramatically. Compared to December, the month I started, when our average length of stay was 58 days, by March it was down to 15. Next slide, please. Learning and development. I think there are some great opportunities for learning within the health board. I'm personally enrolled on a manager's course within the School of Leadership, which has been invaluable and really helped me to hone and develop my leadership skills and style. I think this course should be considered as a mandatory programme for new managers from any department within the trust, as it teaches the theories and evidence behind our leadership and what we should be striving for. Furthermore, the new simulation bungalow in Brontlease is an amazing resource that could provide a new way of learning for clinical staff and members of the community who aspire to join us. I think that we could use some more face-to-face clinical skills sessions for registered nurses. The majority of these are run via Teams currently, and I do not think this gives the same development opportunities that a hands-on course would. And finally, my message for the board. I would just like the board to know how hard everyone is working to make Powys the best possible place to receive care and treatment. We're truly blessed to have such wonderful individuals working here for us, and I feel so passionate about their development and onwards journey simply due to the potential they each possess. Thank you.
Ellie, thank you so much. I'm going to bring Deb in a second, but I just want to say on behalf of us all, a big thank you for that wonderful description, and can I say particularly thank you for the constructive criticism, which is gold dust for us as a board as we continue that journey of improvement, and so those observations alongside everything will certainly be taken seriously and considered as we take things forward. Thank you. Deb, please.
Bordell Pow, Deborah Wood-Lawson, Executive Director of Workforce. Ellie, that was amazing. I realise that you coming into a public board is a very different Tuesday for you, and I think we should just acknowledge that. But hearing directly from you, your story, your experience, and some of the things that get in the way and some of the things that we should be celebrating, I think is really powerful. And if I could just extend as well, just my gratitude to you for the kind of energy and enthusiasm that you put into your work every day, and that you grabbed the opportunity to come and share that staff story with the board. So diolch.
Diolch o galon. Diolch Ellie, and look forward to seeing. I'm coming over to Llanidloes in the not too distant future, so look forward to seeing you and colleagues over there soon. But for today, thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr. Okay, well, thank you for that. So we move to item 1.4 on our agenda, and to the various reports. Initially, my chair's report, and I think there's only one thing that I want to add as an additional comment, and that's in relation to the extended secondment of our substantive chief executive to Betsy Cadwaladr, and we continue to wish Carol well as she supports colleagues up in the north, but also a big thank you to Hayley Thomas, to Pete Hopgood, who are continuing their roles as interim chief executive and deputy chief executive respectively, as I say, much appreciated, and enjoying working with colleagues in those new roles. But apart from that, I don't have any other additional comments. Are there any questions, or would anyone like to comment on my report? No, so in which case we go to Kirsty and her vice chair's report. Any additional comments, Kirsty? You're on mute, Kirsty.
So sorry,
Okay.
no further comments from me, Carl, but happy to clarify or answer any questions that colleagues may have. Thank you.
Would anyone like to come in with a question or comment? No, so thank you very much, Kirsty. And we move then to the Chief Executive's report and to Hayley. Any comments, Hayley?
Yeah, no, not from me this morning. Take the report as read, please, Carl. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Again, I'll pause to give opportunity for any questions or comments in connection with Hayley's report. And there aren't anyone, so thank you very much for those reports and for the information in them. As always, appreciated and very helpful and useful. So we go now to item 1.5 and to our committees as a board, and I just want to emphasize how important the committees are. In a sense, the public board meeting such as today is the tip of an iceberg. A lot of our work as a board happens in our subcommittees. They do our heavy lifting, as it were, and so they will already have considered many of the reports and papers that we are here today to finally approve. And so often we don't rerun the discussions and the debates and so on that have taken place in committees, and we look to those committees and to the chairs of those committees for the assurance that we need as a board in relation to the decisions that we need to make. And so I'm going to go through each one one by one and invite the chairs of the various committees again to add any additional comments that they would like to make, and then invite the board to receive and approve those reports. So firstly, we go to our Patient Experience, Quality and Safety Committee, and back to Kirsty as chair of that committee. Thank you, Kirsty.
Thank you once again, Carl. I have no further comments pertaining to the paper. Colleagues will note that there are no matters for escalation to the board from the public meeting of the PECS committee. There was one matter of escalation from the in-committee, which we will discuss later today and will be brought forward to the public session of the next board. But happy to clarify any points or to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to what we often refer to as our PECS committee, Patient Experience, Quality and Safety? No, so thank you, Kirsty, and to committee colleagues. We turn now to the Executive Committee, again, another subcommittee of our board, but clearly the executive team chaired by our Chief Executive, Hayley. Any additional comments, Hayley?
Not particularly. Obviously, the report is comprehensive and covers 5 meetings that we've held since the last board meeting. No matters to escalate to the board. Many items have already come forward and have been considered by the relevant board committees and communicated. So no, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Again, are there any questions or comments? A very detailed report with very important information in it, but there aren't anyone, there's no one wanting to come in at the moment. So again, we express gratitude for that report, and we turn now to the report from our Workforce and Culture Committee and to its chair, Ian Phillips. Diolch, Ian.
Diolch yn fawr. I'll again take the report as read. The report covers 2 meetings, one in May and one in July. There were no issues to be escalated to the board from the May meeting, and from the July meeting, colleagues, you'll see that there are two issues that are actually on the agenda for discussion later on today in respect of equality, diversity and inclusion and the Welsh language, both annual reports which will be considered later.
Thank you, Ian, and I will bring you in briefly later to offer the assurance that I described earlier, a very important matter, I think.
Yes, thank you, Carl. I should have added that the board, the subcommittee, the Workforce and Culture Committee recommend acceptance in the discussion later. So that's our report to the board, our advice to the board, as it were.
Thank you, Ian. Any comments or questions to Ian in relation to the Workforce and Culture Committee report? In which case we turn to the Charitable Funds Committee, which I chair. I think perhaps the only comment or the only thing I would draw people's attention to is the rebranding. So some important work has gone on as we continue to strengthen the charity of which we are a corporate trustee. and it's now been rebranded and is known as the Powys Health Charity, and so I would just encourage you to get to know the new brand and its logo and its and so on, and so that we can easily recognise and use that in promotion. But apart from that, I don't have any additional comments. Happy to take questions or comments on that report if there are any. In which case we move on to the Delivery and Performance Committee. Unfortunately, Mark Taylor, our independent member colleague, as I said earlier, can't be with us today. He's not well. And so Helen, I think you're going to offer some remarks, perhaps on Mark's behalf.
Yeah, Carl, thank you very much. So just to confirm, the committee has met once since the last board meeting. The committee met on the 27th of June. Members can see the content of the meeting in the report there. There are a number of items that flow through to the board today, so that's particularly in relation to performance, risk and finance. And the board has got the updated versions of those, or the latest versions, I should say, of those reports today. And the only other remark, just to remind the board that the D&P committee is now meeting on a bi-monthly basis. That's a reflection of both the volume of work that committee has to do, but also the kind of external and internal financial environment that we're operating in. So next meeting is scheduled for the end of August. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Again, please come in if there are any comments or questions or observations in relation to the D&P committee. So finally, as regards our committee reports, we turn to planning, partnership and public health. And is this Robert or is it Ian? I think it's Ian. Ian, back to you, please.
Yes, I chaired this meeting as Robert was away. So the report again covers the meeting that was held on the 11th of May, and the items that discussed are outlined in the paper. There were no items that needed to be escalated to the board, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Please come in. Please do indicate you'd like to participate and contribute if there are any questions. I can't see anyone wanting to contribute at this stage. So again, although we've been through that very, very quickly, I do just want to emphasize, if you like, that's not because we, if you like, we're not doing our work, but actually it's because that heavy work, that detailed work has actually happened in the committees when they have met. So a big thank you to the chairs and members of those committees. So we turn now to item 2.1 on our agenda, and the audit of our annual accounts by our external auditors, Audit Wales, and our executive director and interim for finance and IT, and our interim deputy chief executive, Pete Hopgood, I think is going to introduce this item. Pete.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yeah, so Pete Hopgood, good morning, everyone. I'm Director of Finance and IT Services and Interim Deputy Chief Exec and Interim Director for Primary Care. So quite a long title. Just going to introduce you to Alice King, who's from Audit Wales, and Alice will take us through the Audit Wales report on the statutory audit of our annual accounts. So hand over to you, Alice. Thank you.
Hi, morning everyone. For those who haven't met me before, I'm the audit lead for your audit of your financial statements. And as Pete said, I'm happy to be taking you through the report for this year's audit. We had presented this previously to the ARAC meeting, which was Friday last week. So I'll be taking you through at a high level this report, but I'm more than happy to take any questions on any of the findings that we present. So firstly, I'd like to take you through the fact that we, as always, don't audit to 100%. We audit to a level of materiality, and that level has been set this year for Powys at 4.1 million. We do have two areas that we consider to be material by nature, and they have a lower materiality set, and those areas are the remuneration report and also related parties note. So I take you through the headline message, which is that we are proposing to issue an unqualified, true and fair opinion on the financial statements, but we will be issuing a qualified regularity opinion owing to the Health Board's failure to meet its statutory requirement to break even over the 3-year rolling period. So we have supported that opinion with a substantive report, which is, I think, Exhibit 2 to this report. So you can see the full details within that report. So it's worth saying now, I think, and we said this in the Audit Committee, that we're very pleased with the relationship that we've had with Powys Health Board and how we work together with Pete, Howell and Sarah and the finance team. And that led to a very smooth audit process this year, which we're really pleased to kind of highlight in this forum. But we have found some minor misstatements that have been corrected. So I won't take you through those individually, but they can be reviewed in Appendix 4. And then we also identified a number of uncorrected misstatements that the Health Board has chosen not to correct. So the uncorrected misstatements mainly relate to issues that we have highlighted as a significant issue arising on the audit around the accounting of payables at the Health Board. So those are listed in quite a lot of detail in Exhibit 2 to this report. So again, I won't take you through the details of that, but we have issued a recommendation that the Health Board has fully accepted to improve the processes around accounting for payables at the year end. And we're pleased to say that between us and the Health Board, we're going to arrange a lessons learned session in the next coming weeks to go through those issues. So the Health Board has made us representations of why they have chosen not to correct those misstatements, which we always ask. And that's detailed for you in the letter of representation. We've included the draft in our audit report, but that's also, I think, coming through as a paper later for this committee as well for you to review. So the reason the Health Board has decided not to correct those payables misstatements is due to the fact that cumulatively they're not material to the accounts, and we're happy to agree with those findings. So I think all in all, it was a very smooth audit process. Obviously, there's that qualified regularity opinion due to the statutory financial duty. But again, a very smooth audit process this year, and hopefully a clear report for you to review as the board. So that's kind of all I wanted to take you through today, but I'm more than happy to take any questions, Chair, whenever you think that's an appropriate point to do so.
Thank you, Alice. That's really helpful. And of course, this was given detailed consideration and was scrutinised in detail recently by our Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee that was chaired by Robert. So, Robert, I wonder if you'd like to come in now and offer a view or a perspective from that committee.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Robert Lewis acting today as Chair of the Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee, which is ARAC. In accordance with its terms of reference, ARAC met on the 21st of July and considered the draft annual report and accounts for 22-23, which includes the performance report, the annual accountability report, and the financial statements. Also the audit of accounts report 22-23 of external audit, which of course is the Audit Wales report, and the letter of representation for 22-23. ARAC confirms that it is not aware of any matters which should be drawn to the board's attention, which are not included in the reports presented in respect of the annual report and accounts for 22-23. So the formal position and the conclusion is that ARAC recommends to this board that it approves the annual report and accounts for 22-23, including the performance report, the annual accountability report and the financial statements, and approves the letter of representation, and it also authorises the Chair, Chief Executive and Director of Finance and IT to sign them where required. And the committee would like to thank all the people involved in the assembling of these huge, vast documents and all the work that's gone to scrutinise them over the previous few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And I attended the ARAC meeting, and I'm sure that as a board we would want to we'd want to express appreciation, but also that it's good assurance when external auditors talk of the very good constructive working relationship between the auditors and the organisation, and in particular the finance team, that is certainly noted and appreciated. But thank you, Robert. Are there any questions or comments in relation to the auditor's ISA 260 report before we move on to the various components of the annual report and accounts themselves? Pete, please.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. And I won't get into details we may cover under item 2.3, but I just wanted to echo the thanks that Alice gave to the finance team. I just want to record on record my thanks to Sarah Pritchard and to Hal Pullin for their leadership in the accounts process. They've done a fantastic job, but also to Alice and the Audit Wales team. The strength of the relationship and the strong working arrangements, the good communication means that we always approach this in a really good way, and we always look to the learning. And Alice has mentioned the workshop that we're going to hold jointly together to pick up on those lessons learned. There are always lessons learned, and I just wanted to say that and just record my thanks to Alice and the team. So thanks very much, Alice.
Thank you. And Hayley.
Thank you, Carl. Yes, it was just a couple of comments really, probably relating to the other two parts, but just recognising the position around last year and the financial position that we have around not achieving our key statutory financial duty in 22-23. I recognise, that this is the first year for some time when we have not met this key statutory financial duty, and we reported a year-end deficit of just over 7 million. And I just wanted to, the context of the broader context we're going into, looking to the future, particularly for this year and the years to follow, that challenge around continuing that financial sort of grip and control around the issues that we're facing will continue to be important for us to take forward this year. And I had some reflections, Chair, on the last two reports, which I'm happy to come in after, if that's okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Hayley. I know Jen would like to come in. If there is anyone else that wants to contribute at this stage in relation to, as I say, this report in particular, then please indicate. But Jen, thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Carl. Jennifer Owen Adams, Independent Member, Powys Teaching Health Board. I'd be grateful, Pete, if you, or maybe Alice, I'm not quite sure, in terms of confirming where this report goes to from here. I think what I see, that it goes to the Senedd, I think, and it's lodged, I think, at Welsh Government level. Being a relatively new independent member, and this is the first time I have received this report, I'm very keen to understand where it goes from here, and what opportunity, if there is, or could there be further correspondence or communication back from the Welsh Government, given some of the qualified nature of the report? I'd just be grateful for some information on that. Thank you.
Who would like to respond to Jen? Who's best placed? Is it Alice or Pete? Alice? Go on.
I'm happy to, Carl, and Alice can come in and add as needed. So yeah, thank you, Jen. So and we are getting into a little bit of item 2.3, but I think they're all linked, so that's okay. So the process is that the accounts are presented to board for approval. Following approval, our accounts will then be submitted to Welsh Government and to the Auditor General for Wales, who will then sign off our accounts based on the conditions, the qualifications, and as stated by Alice. And they're then submitted on that basis. So that's the sort of next steps of the process. There is a brief outline of that included in the paper in item 2.3. Thank you. And I don't know if Alice, you wanted to add anything to that?
Yeah, happy to, Pete. So as Pete outlined, the Auditor General is due to sign the accounts on Thursday for Powers Health Board. I think all of the health boards are having their accounts signed this week, and then we'll look to be part of the laying process then for the Senate. The accounts then will include our opinion, including the qualified regularity opinion as part of the accounts that are laid, and that's kind of the end of our input at that stage. So it's that point that the Senate will see the audit report and the substantive report that's accompanied that qualified regularity opinion.
Thank you. I can't see anyone else wanting to come in at this stage, and therefore I will ask, before we move on to the components of the report, I will ask the board to approve and the ISA 260 report from our external auditors. Please indicate if you don't support that recommendation. In which case we do, and do it unanimously. And once again, thank you, Alice. Good to have you with us today. Much appreciated.
Thanks all.
So let's move on to the report per se, and initially we'll take these quickly but separately, because there are different components to the annual report and accounts. The first section is the performance report, and is this you, Pete, or Hayley? It's Helen. Okay, thank you, Helen.
Yeah, Carl, thank you very much. So pleased to share with you the three components of this report, and then I'll hand over to Pete for the third part of the financial statement. So first of all, the performance report, and secondly, the accountability report. It's all outlined in the cover paper. You've got a fairly significantly sized document that also gives you all of the content for this. And as Robert said, this has been reviewed by the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee on 2 occasions in some detail. The performance report has also been reviewed by our Delivery and Performance Committee, and of course Hayley is our Chief Executive and Accountable Officer as well. As Robert said earlier on, these have been recommended to the board for approval. Just to come back briefly to Jen's question earlier, so these reports have now been collated together. My thanks to Liz and the team for working on that in detail yesterday. The forward has been added from yourself, Carl, as the chair, and Hayley as our Chief Executive. They'll be submitted on Wednesday afternoon, pending board approval, of course, signed by the Auditor General on Thursday, submitted to Welsh Government and laid to the Senate on the 31st of July. We, of course, then have our own AGM in mid-September, where we'll present them through our website and through our AGM to members of the public in Powys as well. There were some very minor amendments requested from Audit and Risk Assurance Committee last week, predominantly in relation to our description of the stakeholder reference group. That's been made in the final copy. The board don't have that copy because, of course, that was distributed, but a small sentence has been added to clarify that. And Carl, that's really all that I was going to say with regards to the performance and accountability reports. I'll hand over to Pete, if that's okay, for the financial statements.
Thank you, Pete.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. And again, I won't repeat a lot of what we've already discussed with Alice as part of the ISA 260 report. So just really a reminder that our final full accounts were included in the information pack. There were no significant adjustments to our draft accounts, which had previously been reviewed in detail by the Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee. The key points again is that we had an unqualified opinion on the true and fair view, which is really important for us, that our accounts are accurate and give a true and fair view. And we've got that qualified position on the regularity is not broken even, with our £7 million overspend in 22-23, and that has meant that we haven't met our 3-year duty to deliver break even over a 3-year period on the basis of last year's report. So that is significant. Just to repeat what Hayley said, so this is the first time we haven't broke even for a number of years. It's a significant issue for the board, and something that none of us will be comfortable with. And that will be an issue for us as we went forward into this year and future years. And just to say that in preparation for our AGM, we will be providing a an easy read guide to the accounts in a slide deck, and that will be available earlier than the AGM, and I suggest I put that onto the board website alongside the accounts for any external readers to make it easier for them to understand, recognising that there's a lot of detailed financial information in there. So that's all I really wanted to add, Carl. Thank you.
Thank you. Hayley, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As the report set out, obviously last year we were able to move back towards our medium to longer term goals set out in our Healthy Caring Powers, our health and care strategy. And I think that, you know, the performance report in particular, we've just set out the financial challenge that we're facing going into the future, but also just in terms of the performance aspects, you know, clearly the broader context of recovery from the pandemic, and also key issues around performance are set out within the report, which continue to be a focus for us this year and on an ongoing basis. I think the other comment for me, yes, we've had some changes in board membership, but I think that the report and the performance report does demonstrate significant focus for us as an organisation, in particular on delivery, and in particular there are some really good examples, I feel, across the report of how we've had to change, innovate and improve, and in particular the important contribution that our workforce has and continues to make to the people of Powys. And I think that, you know, there are key issues for us in this report that we will be continuing to tackle and find ways to improve during this next year. The final point I wanted to raise is that there is a substantial amount of work that's gone in to delivering this work, and as accountable officer have undertaken the detailed assessment of this as well. And I'd like to particularly thank obviously the finance team, the audit team, having worked together. Pete, for your leadership on that. Also, Steve Powell, the performance and planning team, have really drawn together substantial work here to support the performance annual reporting requirements. Deb and the workforce team around remuneration and the workforce aspects, and by no means least Helen Bushell as well, and the corporate team for collecting this and making sure that we are delivering on our requirements and in the timescales that are required. So I just wanted to particularly draw out my thanks to the teams for all their hard work to this really important reflection of last year, and you know, how we take the learning from last year, as we've mentioned about lessons learned, will be really important as we continue to work in an extremely challenging financial context. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ian, please.
Yes, thank you, Carl. I just wondered, Hayley, whether, thanks for that explanation. I think it's really helpful and useful, whether you could say something about the challenge and responsibilities for a health board, and just mention our role, if you like, as commissioners and providers, because they are different challenges. So I think it would be helpful for folk to understand the different challenges that assess us. If you could say a couple of words about that, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we have a strong a focus on our provider performance for the services that we deliver directly in Powys, and in terms of planned, as example, planned MIU urgent care, we compare well as a provider with the Wales averages, but patients continue to wait long for treatment, and in particular for us, we commission across all health boards in Wales and across our border into England. And again, during this year that this report covers, you can see that our commissioned services providers in both Wales and England are really struggling to meet their planned care waiting time targets, and particularly there are some really challenged specialties like orthopedics, where, you know, our patients are waiting substantial lengths of time. So, you know, one of the key issues for us as a health board is in this context. We have to work as a provider and do all that we can to support this, but also reducing and working alongside our neighbouring health boards in England and Wales is part of our duty as well. And so the example I would give is around waiting times and the variation that we have to tackle as a whole board with regard to that just one aspect, but obviously there are many, including access to urgent care for our resident population.
Thank you, Hayley. Does anyone else want to contribute to the discussion and conversation at this stage in relation to any aspect of the annual report and accounts? I can't see anyone indicating, so we are asked to approve the annual report and accounts, and again I would ask that if there are any board members that that don't support that recommendation, would you please indicate either in the chat pane or indeed orally. So that is supported, and thank you very much. And just before we move on, the risk of over-egging the pudding, I think it probably is important for me as chair of the board just to support and reiterate the comments made by Hayley and Pete. It is the first time for many years that the Health Board finds itself in breach, if you like, of a key statutory duty. We don't take that lightly. We're certainly not complacent about it. The future looks increasingly challenging as we think of the financial context and so on that we move into. However, we take that duty very seriously, and we are actively in the business of putting plans in place to meet that duty as expeditiously as possible. So thank you. In which case we go to the letter of representation. Pete, any comments regarding this?
Nothing really to add, thank you, Chair. It's just letter of representation is here for board approval and authority to be signed by the delegated representatives from the board.
Any other comments from anyone else about this? If not, then please indicate if you're not happy to approve that this letter of representation be signed. Okay, in which case we move on, and we move on to item 2.4, and so sorry, I'm just looking at a little message that's popped up on my screen that so to item 2.4, which regards an engagement process around the future of cochlear implant services, a very important service. It that affects a small number of our population in Powys, about 5 people a year, but of course for those people it is an essential and a key service, so very important to us. Chris, welcome. Would you like to offer any additional comments to this paper?
Well, good morning. Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Moss. I'm the Assistant Director for Performance and Commissioning. If I may, I'll just add a few very brief comments. As you've said, Carl, the paper, which I'll take as read, is providing an update on the engagement process that's been undertaken regarding the future of the cochlear and the bone conduction hearing implant services for people in South East, South West Wales and South Powys, and it's presenting the findings from the process and confirming the next steps. And as you can see from the report, there's been a significant consultation and engagement exercise that's been undertaken. And as you've indicated, Chair, very important service, but does have a small impact in terms of from a South Powys perspective. For the north and mid of Powys, the pathways are not being affected. Those patients will continue to access services in Betty Cadwallader University Health Board and in English providers. From the south west and southeast and South Powys perspective, there are currently 2 specialist centres for cochlear implants. That's in University Hospital Wales in Cardiff and Princess of Wales in Bridgend. But in terms of the Princess of Wales service in 2019, there was an urgent temporary service change enacted such that patients that would have been seen there are currently being seen in Cardiff. And in terms of the bone conduction hearing implant service, there's 3 centres currently. Again, in the University Hospital Wales in Cardiff, in Neathport Twelver Hospital in Baglan, both of which are funded by Welsh Health Specialised Services Committee, and then there's the service in the Royal Gwent funded by Anira and Bevan Health Board. So the paper, without going into too much detail, is providing detail on the targeted engagement of those accessing the services, and there were 201 responses to that engagement. There is a summary on page 6 of the report, which is page 324 in the pack, on the key themes from the engagement, and on page 9 of the report, which is page 327 in the pack, there is some detail in terms of some proposed mitigations that have arisen from the engagement exercise. So just in summary, in terms of the next steps, there's been a strong patient voice supporting the proposal around the single hub with a local outreach model. There's going to be some further engagement with the clinical community around the future service model. Welsh Health Specialised Services Committee are going to move now into the next stage of the consultation in terms of a preferred location, and in the meantime, the existing service provision will continue. Thank you.
Chris, thank you so much for a really effective summary. Appreciate it. So one or two people would like to come in. So Kirsty, I'll go to you first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl, and thank you, Chris, for the report. I note in the report that one of the consistent themes was around waiting times to access this service, and the mitigation that is recorded is that information on waiting times will be regularly reviewed. Well, one could argue that that happens anyway. That's not a mitigation. That's just business as usual. And I'm just wondering whether, I appreciate this is a small number of people that we're receiving this service for, but whether you have any comments about whether this hub, this single point of contact and outreach will improve waiting times for those citizens needing to access the service. And I'm just wondering from a local perspective about how we would link our own audiology services, some of which we provide ourselves, some of which are commissioned from neighbouring health boards, how our plans about the future of our audiology services in county may or may not be affected by this outreach model that is being proposed in this paper. Thank you.
Chris, would you like to respond to Kirsty, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kirsty, for the questions. Yes, I would agree with you in terms of the waiting times. As you said, you could argue that mitigation is already taking place in terms of the monitoring of the waiting times. In terms of the impact, I think I'd have to look into that for you similarly in terms of, and I think it's a very helpful challenge, so thank you, in terms of how we make sure that we're going to integrate the audiology services that we commission into this model. So if I may, I'll take that back and I'll make sure that we get your responses on that, Kirsty. Thank you again for the questions.
And Katie Blackburn from Llais. Welcome, Katie. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what Chris has said and just to provide assurance that we both formally as the CHC and now as Llais have also been involved in this service change, and we've been kept up to date and by the health board about the implications and the impacts. I just wanted to provide that assurance.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you, Katie. And does anyone else want to offer a comment or ask a question at this juncture? No. So can I just ask Chris or indeed anyone? Kirsty's raised an important point about how our existing services will be affected by and will link with this new provision should should it happen, and it's the preferred option currently. It's quite an important point. How will that information come back to us, and how will that be through one of our committees, or how will we receive assurance that that joined upness, that necessary joined upness is in place?
Carl, it's Helen. May I come in on that one, if that's
Please
okay?
do.
I think,
Please
given
do.
that this is a direct action from the board, Carl, we will report this back to the board at its next meeting. When Chris and colleagues are then exploring that, if we take a professional judgment that there is a requirement to dig into it a little bit more, we'll do that either through the executive committee or through one of the other board committees. But in the first instance, the intention would be that it's reported back directly to the board as an action.
Thank you. Hayley, do you want to offer a comment, please?
Yes, yeah. Apologies, I've had some technical issues. So just in terms of the first point, obviously WISC, we are members of the Joint Committee, and we will make sure that we pick up that point around more than monitoring with the expected impact and benefit of the revised commissioning model for the single hub and the outreach model on waiting time, so we can pick that up, because obviously we need to look at that as a whole because of the numbers to make sure that we can give assurance to the board about the progress around that. And with regard to audiology, I can see that Claire wants to come in, but in terms of the contact and pathway around this, I would expect it to not have a major impact in terms of just it's about communication and making sure that we've got that connection for patients. But I can see, Chair, that Claire would like to come in, who's more involved in the detail here, just to give some assurances on the point around the expected impact on the audiology service. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Claire Madsen, please.
Thank you, Carl and Hayley. I'm Claire Madsen, Director of Therapies and Health Sciences. As Carl said earlier, this affects very few people in Powys. We're talking about, as Carl said, about 5 patients a year. And these very few patients will be well known to our audiology team, maybe having been diagnosed as having a problem within our local services and probably referred by them. So we will know these people in our community. There'll probably be children that we've known from very young. So I don't think this will affect their relationship with our audiology services. This will just be about a new pathway that we'll just have to build into our referral system. So I don't anticipate any problems with regard to the relationship for these very few people with our audiology department.
Thank you, Claire. That's really helpful. Kirsty, do you want to come back in at all? Are you satisfied with the assurance we've received?
That's great, and it's good to hear from Claire about the seamlessness and the the knowledge that we will already have of these patients. But it would be good to understand a bit more about the waiting times and whether we are satisfied with the length of time people are waiting to access the service. So I take Hayley's point around pursuing that at the joint committee. It would be good to have some assurance around that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll certainly receive that assurance in due course, but thank you for the additional information. Thank you, Chris, for the report, and indeed for the way in which you presented it. The recommendation against this report is quite long, and so members can see the recommendation on page 319 of the board book. So I don't intend to read it all. Essentially, it asks us to note the information that we've received today to support the recommended next steps, and particularly in relation to a designated provider process, and to support that that direction of travel. So again, is there anyone that would like to say that they don't support those recommendations? So those are supported unanimously, and thank you very much for that. So we move on. We're moving quite well through our agenda this morning. We have got scheduled a break at around 11 o'clock, and so my suggestion is that we continue through the agenda until 11. Then we'll have a break, and we'll resume afterwards to deal with the rest of our agenda. So we turn now to item 2.5. I mentioned in my introductory comments that at our last meeting we discussed the proposed closure of the GP branch practice in Gilwern, and so as I say, that we're not opening up that discussion again, nor that decision. However, at our last meeting, we as a board asked for further assurance in relation to the mitigation plan and the effectiveness of the mitigation plan, and that's the information that we have for our consideration today. And so I think Pete and I think we're joined by Adrian Osborne, our Deputy Director for Communications and Engagement. So over to you, Pete, and to Adrian, please.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. So I'm just going to take us through the high-level key points from the paper, and then Adrian has joined us to help pick up on any questions or any further clarification around detail, given his key role in this whole process. So purpose of the paper is to give an update in relation to the development of the mitigation plan, and to update the board in relation to correspondence with Llais in relation to the branch closure. So as a quick reminder, the board approved the closure of the Belmont branch surgery in Gilwern on the 24th of May. Task and finish group has been established to work on the mitigation plan development and action against that plan. The full mitigation plan is included in the papers. There's been an expansion in the themes from 12 to 15. And Appendix 1 has the full detail of the 15 themes. I'm not planning to go through those line by line. I'm hoping that people have had a chance to look at it and we can pick up any questions afterwards. I think a couple of key highlights to just flag is that there's been further work in relation to local community transport. Community development event has been arranged and planned for September. Working on the production of individual letters to all households for all relevant residents. And that the Crical group practice continues to face staffing issues, which have an impact on their ability to open that branch surgery. So included in the information as well is a letter received from Llais on the 15th of June, with a view that we should be triggering a formal public consultation. And also included is the health board response that we're content that the process fulfills the section 183 regulations. Just to note that we've received a further letter from Llais, and we'll consider and include an update in our next report to board on the mitigation plan. And just for information, the full plan as a reference is included in Appendix 1, and also the correspondence from Llais and to Llais from ourselves for information and detail of the board. So I'll stop there. Happy to take any questions. And as I said, Adrian is also with us to help on any points of clarity or detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian, do you have any additional comments you'd like to make at this stage?
I think really just to stress that as a board, clearly we'll want to keep firmly focused in our minds the strength of feeling that we heard at the when we considered the application in the first place, and that we experienced through that face-to-face engagement, and that was stressed in the engagement report. So as the author of that engagement report, I'm very glad to see the progress that is being made on the mitigation plan, but also stress clearly that there is significant work still to undertake between now and November, which is the period of notice that we've given to the practice in relation to that practice application. So good progress. Next meeting being on the 1st of August provides a great opportunity to continue that work in partnership with Anar and Bevan University Health Board, and also in partnership with Anar and Bevan we've agreed some expansion of the membership of the Task and Finish group, as well as they will be bringing in representation from Monmouthshire County Council and Gwent Association of Voluntary Organisations as well, to ensure that through this work we're taking a fully rounded approach to well-being and embedding it within the wider planning and delivery of Anar and Bevan University Health Board, who have the primary responsibility for healthcare within this geography.
Okay, thank you. I can see that Katie would like to come in. Just a little reminder, Katie, that you know that given the declaration of interest, this is a contribution needs to be a slice contribution. So, but with that reminder, would you like to come in?
Of course, Chair, and I obviously recognise and note your comments about that. So, yes, I declare again I am a patient at the practice. I just wanted to come in. Obviously, there are further discussions taking place, but Pete and I have met just to confirm, and Llais will be attending the Task and Finish group going forward. I think it's also important to note that you know, it'd be interesting to see the further development of the mitigation plan and the detail, but I'll obviously pick that up at the Task and Finish group. So just those comments, Chair.
That's helpful. Thank you, Katie. I can see that Chris wants to come in. So, but just a reminder and encouragement. We asked for this to be brought back to us because we wanted to be assured that the mitigations were being implemented and that they were making the difference that that they are intended to make. So, if there are any board colleagues that that do want to come in with any comment or question, then please do. And I'll go firstly to Chris Walsh. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Chris Walsh, independent member with the local authority background on the board. Welcome the mitigation plan. I think it's really comprehensive and a lot of work's been done. But a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, I mean, I hope that we are putting some regular communications out to patients in this interim period. Otherwise, we just get people filling the space with not helpful information in that sense. So it's important that we've got that communication going through. I wanted to ask the question in relation to the public transport. I see that it mentions local authority transport teams on the under 1.3. That meeting hasn't taken place. It's due to take place next month, but I just wanted to ensure of whether that's both with the Gwent authority and also with Powys as well, and is there any sense of any solution coming out from there? And have we noticed any movements of any of the patients from the current practice to any of the closer practices in the other authority of with Anar and Bevan? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Adrian, are you best placed to respond to that?
I can happily come in. Communication with patients and wider stakeholders is a standing item on the agenda for the Task and Finish group, so that remains keenly at the focus of the work that the group is undertaking. I think a key action for the next meeting on the 1st is to agree what that next message to be sent out will be. We had potentially anticipated that the formal letter to patients around the change would go around now. I think our thinking at the moment is that we send that out a little later once we've got a clearer description of the range of mitigations and the broader range of services that are available to them, and therefore what we want to do is have an interim message before that's sent out. The impact on neighbouring practices is something that's monitored through that group as well. I think if we look at the 4 neighbouring practices within Anar and Bevan, no significant concerns have been identified by them or by Anar and Bevan in relation to the numbers of patients choosing to re-register. Overall, between those 4 neighbouring practices, I think they've seen a total change of around 100 patients since the start of the year, but clearly that's the level of number that we can't necessarily disambiguate from normal flux and change in population as well. So by that I mean there are no significant concerns being identified, but clearly it's an issue that Anar and Bevan keeps under constant review, and part of the mitigation plan is if they do see rises in numbers, then they have steps and measures that they can take to support those practices to continue to provide services for the patients in their practice population.
Thank you, Adrian. Chris, do please come back in if you'd like to, but if you're content with the response, then that's absolutely fine.
No, I'm fine.
Thank you, Chris. Does anyone else want to comment on this paper? I can't see anyone, and therefore the recommendation is that we receive a note, the update on the mitigation plan, and that we are satisfied with the assurance that we are that we are provided with in relation to the progress being made in connection with those mitigations. And we also receive a note, the correspondence from CLICE and with CLICE since our last meeting. Again, please indicate if you're not happy to support those recommendations. So they are supported unanimously. We'll move on to item 2.6 on the agenda and to the Welsh Language Annual Report. Ian reminded us earlier that this has been scrutinised in some detail in the Workforce and OD committee, Workforce and Culture Committee, so you know, a lot of that groundwork has been done. But over to Deb, and welcome to Adam, I think, if Adam is with us, who may also contribute to this agenda item. Deb, please.
Okay, diolch, Carl. Just to note that Adam at the last minute wasn't able to make this in, but I can refer any technical questions back to Adam and come back to board. So thank you. I'll take the report as read, but just give a quick summary. So the Welsh Language Standards Annual Report meets our statutory obligations under Standard 120 and has been developed in line with Welsh Commissioners' guidance on the standard and using their templates. Alongside some of the specific reporting requirements, the annual report describes the efforts we've undertaken to meet the requirements of all of the standards. Like the Equality Report, it's descriptive in nature, and both were considered, as you say, by the Workforce and Culture Committee on the 11th of July. Once approved by board, if indeed it is, it will be published on the website in both English and Welsh and in the easy read format. I'll pause there, Carl, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Deb. Well, yeah, mi wna I droi i'r Gymraeg yn dechrau, ond diolch o galon i chi am yr adroddiad. Mi fysech chi'n disgwyl I fi falle bwysleisio bod hynny yn draff bwysig I ni fel bwrdd I sicrhau nid yn unig bod ni yn cydymffurfio efo safonau, ond hefyd yn sicrhau diwylliant dwyieithog iach o fewn ein sefydliad, sydd wrth gwrs yn adlewyrchu natur y cymunedau a'r bobl dyn ni yma i'w gwasanaethu. So really welcome this report, and I just said that you know, you may expect me to say this, but it's not just about conforming with standards and requirements. It's about making sure that we nurture within our organisation and within the services that we offer that healthy bilingual culture, so yeah, very much welcome this. Ian, please come in.
Diolch Carl am y cyfle i ddweud rhywbeth am hynny. Mae'n braf i weld y cynnydd yma. Wrth gwrs, mae mwy o waith i wneud fan hyn yn bendant. A mae'n neis hefyd i clywed mwy o'r iaith yn y cyfarfoddadau. Dysgwr dwi, so dwi'n trio siarad mwy yn y cyfarfod. So yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. Just to say, it's really, from my perspective as the chair of the Workforce and Culture, really good to see progress in this. You know, some of these issues are not easy to resolve. We've got a very diverse population across Powys and very different areas where we have a lot of Welsh and not a lot of Welsh. So it's really great to see the progress. More work to be done, but I want to give my thanks and appreciation and praise for the progress that we have been able to make, as it does feel like we've turned the corner in terms of our ability to start to move forward and meet in this tough agenda.
Diolch Ian, ac ysdim eisiau ymddihiro o gwbl am eich Cymraeg gwych, ynde? So na, ac dwi'n gwerthfawrogi hynny, ac yn sicr fel cadeirydd, mi fyswn ni yn annog y rhai ohonych chi sydd yn medru i ddefnyddio y Gymraeg, achos y ffordd orau mewn gwirionedd i hybu dwyieithrwydd ydy i ddefnyddio y Gymraeg a'r Saesneg wrth gwrs, ochr yn ochr o fewn y diwylliant iach yna. Felly, diolch o galon ni yn gwerthfawrogi. Oes na rywun arall sydd am ddod mewn? Anyone else want to contribute on this paper or on this agenda item? No? Thank you, and thank you for all the work, and please do pass on, Deb, our thanks and appreciation to Adam and colleagues. So we are asked to approve the Welsh Language Annual Report for publication on our website. Please indicate if you don't support that approval. In which case that is supported. We're just short of 11 o'clock, and so I'm going to suggest that we take a break now before we move on to our EDI report. Shall we reconvene at 11:15 and give us a time for a cuppa and perhaps a stretch of our legs or whatever, but a bit of movement. So yeah, I'll see you at 11:15. Diolch o galon. Wel, bore da a chroeso yn ôl un cyfarfod ni. Dyn ni'n troi rwan ein sylw at eitem 2.8 ar yr agenda. Mae ddrwg gen i 2.7 ar yr agenda ar adroddiad sydd yn ymwneud ag cydraddoldebau amrywiaeth a chynhwysiad. A dyn ni'n troi eto at Deb ambell i sylw am yr adroddiad yma. So Deb, we're going to you for any additional comments in relation to item 2.7, the Equalities, Diversity and Inclusion report. Thank you.
Diolch, Chair. So delighted to present the second annual report from the team. So this Equality, Diversity and Inclusion report, of course, meets our statutory reporting requirements under the Public Sector Equality Duty, and also other reporting requirements such as the gender pay gap reporting. It's also pleasing that for the first time we're reporting our progress against the Anti-Racism Wales Action Plan, which was recently approved by board. The report captures the work of last year, but also gives an indication of our priorities for the current financial year, which includes the development of the strategic equality plan. I'll pause there, happy to take any questions, and as with the other report, when if approved, this will go on for translation and an easy read format onto the internet.
Thank you, Deb. Diolch o galon. Fel ddaru ni ddeud gynnau, mae'r adroddiad yma wedi i'w hystyried yn fanwl gen ein pwyllgor gweithlu a diwylliant, ac felly mi na i ofyn i Ian i ddod mewn jyst i roi sylw a perspectif falle y pwyllgor hwnnw. So over to you, Ian, for any comments you want to make, particularly from the perspective of the Workforce and Culture Committee.
Yes, thank you, Carl.
Sorry, Ian, I think you've got your microphone pointing upwards.
I have indeed.
Brilliant, thank you.
That's so much better. Diolch yn fawr. Yes, nothing to add on dim ond un peth dwi'n moyn ddweud rhywbeth sy'n cysylltu nôl i'r adroddiad olaf o'n i wedi gael. Gaethon ni un stori claf gyda cerdd yn Gymraeg hefyd. So just something to note that relates back to our previous item in the Welsh Language Act. It was really nice that we had a patient story, which is part of this report, which had a lovely, slightly personal, I would add, poem in Welsh as well. But nothing more to add on this important agenda item. Diolch yn fawr.
Right. And of course, you mentioned earlier, Ian, that your committee considered this and recommends its approval to board. So
indeed.
Are there any comments or contributions in relation to the EDI report? No. So again, the recommendation is that we approve the report for publication on our website please indicate if you don't support that recommendation. So the recommendation is supported unanimously. Thank you, and once again, thank you to Adam and colleagues who Adam can't be with us today, unfortunately. So item 2.8, dyn ni'n troi rwan at ein cyfarwyddwr iechyd cyhoeddus, Mererid Bowley, croeso Mererid, a drosodd I chi rwan am unrhyw sylw ychwanegol ynglyn â'r adroddiad yma. Any additional comments from you, Mererid?
Okay, diolch yn fawr Cadeirydd, bore da, Mererid Bowley, good morning. So I'm presenting two plans which form part of the board's emergency plans as a Category 1 responder under the Civil Contingency Act. The first plan is the Major Incident and Emergency Response Plan, and the second being the Corporate Business Continuity Plan. So a full review and updates to both plans has recently taken place, and the amendments are set out in the papers, which I will take as fully read. And subject to approval by the board, members are asked to note that plans will be shared both internally and with the Welsh Government Health Emergency Planning Advisor, and a schedule of exercises to test these arrangements will be agreed. So at last, our board members are asked to approve the revised Major Incident and Emergency Plan and receive the Corporate Business Continuity Plan for assurance. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd.
Diolch, Mererid. Now, do correct me, but I don't think these reports haven't been considered by any of our committees, have they? So they are coming to board directly, as it were, and so it is important that if there are any issues or any questions or comments that people have in relation to either of these reports, that people do contribute in that way. I've just been reminded that they have been considered by our executive committee. So thank you for that reminder. Does anyone want to contribute, make a comment, ask a question in relation to the Major Incident and Emergency Response Plan and/or the Corporate Business Continuity Plan? You've obviously stunned everyone into delirium, Mererid. Silence I always interpret as people being very content, very assured, and very happy with the information that they have received. So, but I will put it to us formally that we approve the Major Incident and Emergency Response Plan, and that we receive for assurance the business continuity plan for the organisation. Please indicate if you don't support those two recommendations. Once again, supported unanimously. So we move to item 2.9 and to our new digital strategic framework. Pete is going to introduce this paper to us, and I think Vicky is with us as well, who will take us through an overview of our new strategic framework. So over to you, Pete, initially. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Carl. So a couple of words of introduction from me, and then Vicky will take us through a little summary of slides which will help to give an overview of the overall framework. So I'm delighted that we're bringing this digital strategic framework to the board for approval today. This will be a first for Powys Teaching Health Board. It's been a long time in development. Some of our work on this started pre-pandemic, and then due to the pandemic, obviously resulted in some delay. There's been significant engagement with stakeholders, internally, externally. We've had a number of board development days, a number of executive team sessions, and a number of workshops with staff and with users across the organisation. The framework will be supported by a readiness assessment and a targeted operating model document, which in reality is our delivery plan. And the delivery plan will be our method of monitoring our action and our progress in delivery against the framework. This is also complemented by our 16 related programmes of work, which are in the digital work stream. I think is very timely as well, given that the staff story that we had at the beginning of our meeting and some of those comments around digital and how it can enable or frustrate at times. So it's nice to make that link back to that early part of our agenda. So so if I can just hand over to Vicky Cooper, our Assistant Director of Digital Transformation, who will take us through the slides as an overview of the strategic framework. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you, Pete. Good morning, all. Morning, Chair. So yes, just a quick overview to support the digital strategic framework, and want to assure the board and the organisation about the ambition and the vision that we're setting, which is to put frontline staff first and at the centre of everything that we do, and to build confidence in services to use the tech and to be innovative and to look at new ways of working and delivering care. To acknowledge that our system is very complex, and so implementing the digital strategic framework can help hopefully improve productivity and efficiency, safety, etc. We do recognise that it's a time to remodel the digital service delivery, and we want to do that in line with clinical services. And we also acknowledge that there's much to do in terms of the digital infrastructure and improvements there. So our current assessment really is we've done quite a lot through the COVID pandemic, and the little sort of diagram on the left there sets how the landscape has changed to agile working, increased use of national programmes and products, empowering staff to work digitally, supporting patient flow, virtual meetings and digital consultations, and connecting patients and their families. We've also done extensive reviews, independent reviews. We've surveyed and we've done maturity assessments, deep dives into the services to give us a good baseline of where we need to start from, where our strengths are, where our opportunities are, etc. So that's helped shape the digital strategic framework. This is our mission really, and how we're going to deliver it. So we've got mission for digital first there on the left, to empower individuals and really make Powys a place that people want to work, because systems are easy to use and they work for them, not against them. We want to achieve a joined up and efficient pathway for patients digitally, and enable our staff to access the high quality information for their informed decisions. And to do that, we've 5 key themes, as you'll see there in the centre slide. And this is how we've broken it up into the various elements that we'll need to support the delivery. It'll be delivered through leadership, alliances and multi-professional team working, with particular emphasis on the workforce, clinical and digital, a phased large portfolio of programmes, prioritised by risk, and a new target operating model and how we deliver digital. And then we have some outcomes there that is the aim of what we want to achieve: standardisation, shared information, understanding our population health, how we can use artificial intelligence for automation to speed up processes, shared decision making, and digital skills and capability. To kind of set some context of how we're going to do this, because it's a big piece of work, we've used the 5 themes in the headings at the top there, and we're looking to stabilise, develop and then transform. It's a lot to ask in 4 years, and we know we're not going to achieve everything, but we wanted to set some outcomes and deliverables that we feel are achievable. And in the digital strategic framework, there's a lot more detail here, which I'm not going to read that out for you, but it kind of hopefully sets what the outcomes are that we're looking to achieve as we go through the next 3 to 4 years. So going back to our vision and ambition again, and then how will we get there? Again, putting the frontline staff at the centre. We need a common vision locally, regionally and nationally for primary community mental health services. We understand that there will be barriers to investment given the current financial climate. However, there are always opportunities, and we need to be robust in how we overcome those. We do need to consolidate our complex systems and be careful in how we prioritise our pipeline programmes to make sure we're realising maximum benefit. And importantly, we want to intertwine digital services with clinical leadership. They're at the heart of the service delivery, so we want to make sure that we're working in good partnership with them to transfer knowledge, skills, focus on the staff workforce needs and confidence levels, improve our training and ongoing support, and create a confident, safe, supportive environment for leadership to develop in the digital sphere. And prioritise large-scale infrastructure and improvement partnerships, in partnership with planning and performance, estates and facilities. Thank you. Any questions?
Vicky, yeah, very effective overview of what is a very important but nonetheless complex area of work. So thank you for that. Just for public assurance, of course, this comes to us today, but as Vicky outlined, it is the product of a lot of work over an extended period. We as a board have had opportunity to discuss this in one of our recent board development sessions, so have had a decent amount of time to consider it and to engage with Vicky and colleagues in relation to its development. Conscious that Ian is our independent member with an IT and digital background and has that expertise, and so it may be that Ian, you would like to come in and offer a perspective or a view, if you'd like to, of course, and indeed others may want to come in as well. But thank you, Vicky, and as I say, the product of much consideration to date. So I'll take Robert first, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a comment and a question, really. First of all, this by its nature is a high-level document, and we heard earlier from our senior sister, that there are issues on the ground, things not working. The test of the ambitions contained in this document lies in the implementation and the budget. So I look forward to seeing that level of detail, the delivery plan, if you like, in the future. But I do appreciate the work has been put into this so far. And then my question really is about all the cross-border issues, not necessarily asking for this to be addressed in any detail today, but there has been over many years cross-border issues where practitioners and clinicians have found it very difficult to exchange information and so on. There's an existing IT program, and now we've got the All Wales NHS app. So I would appreciate in the future some sort of summative or global look, if you like, at those issues and the kind of timescales that we're looking forward to when we won't be talking about these issues again. Thank you, Chair.
Shall I, Pete, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Great questions and great points. I think, as I alluded to in my introduction, so in support of the framework, yeah, as you rightly say, there will be an annual delivery plan. As I mentioned, there's a readiness assessment document has been completed. That's our readiness to deliver the framework. That and our targeted operating model is basically how we will deliver the framework, will be what we use as our delivery plans. As I said, we've already got our 16 programs of work which complement that, and they fit under the 5 key themes as we've stated. What I will say is that will be reported as is already via our digital first updates to delivery and performance. And in that forum, there's the level of detail, and then the summary reports will filter up to board in terms of giving assurance on delivery against the framework and those actions. In relation to cross-border, I absolutely agree. It's an area that we've been escalating for a significant period of time. We have a specific programme of work and a level of funding in a joint piece of work with DHCW, looking at how we can improve those cross-border flows. And what I will mention is is Mike Emery, who's the Chief Digital Officer for Welsh Government. In a recent meeting with the Health Board and a number of us, Hayley, myself, Vicky and others, Claire Madsen included, this is an area we focused on and the importance to ourselves and to other health boards in Wales in terms of that cross-border flow and what that means in terms of patient experience and ease of working for our clinical staff to deliver those best outcomes. So we're high on the agenda and agree with your comments, and we will of course keep the board informed via the relevant committees.
Thank you. Robert, would you like to, are you okay with that, or do you want to come back?
I'm fine. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you. So we go to Ian, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. I want to build on one of Robert's questions, really, and talk about the jam in the middle of the sandwich, if I can use that metaphor. First of all, you know, I think it's really important to recognise how far we've come in the last couple of years, and you know, a lot of hard work. There weren't that many benefits from the global pandemic, but an acceleration of the use of digital, as we see ourselves in today's meeting, is a prime example of that. And I think these things have happened, so I think it's important to note the amount of effort and really hard work that has gone on behind the scenes just to deliver those things really quickly and agilely. So I think that's the first thing to say. Second thing for me is around Vicky. Thanks for that presentation. It was really helpful. I particularly like the 4-year delivery plan slide and get into the detail of that. And I think that's perhaps something I can elaborate more. You recognise there's a lot more work to do, as we know, on infrastructure and on cyber. For me, I really welcome the vision and the aspiration outlined in this document, but I think getting to the jam in the sandwich, I think strategically the board now needs to know how we're going to achieve that, not in terms of the specific projects, but I think we need the next document that outlines some of the detail of the work that you've already done and you highlighted in those slides, Vicky. What's the current status, and highlights both the scale and complexity at a strategic level of the developments required, and gives an indication, as Robert asked, on the resources and timescales required to deliver that vision. And I think that's really important, so that the board can have clarity and make informed decisions about priorities and allocations of resources. I think those challenges, Pete, are outlined and summarised really well in the covering paper. But that's my ask, if you like, of the jam in the sandwich. Second question for me would be, it would be good to understand what the arrangements are for the oversight and monitoring of this strategic programme rather than the individual projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to Kirsty, Pete or Vicky, would you like to respond to Ian's points?
Yeah, happy to, Carl. Yeah, thanks, Ian. Appreciate those comments about all the work that Vicky and the team have delivered over recent years and against the challenge of the pandemic. I think it's great to recognise and note that. So appreciate those comments. I think, yeah, it's a similar to Robert's point. I think what I'll say is our sit down with Helen as in corporate director of corporate governance, and we'll work out the appropriate framework for reporting against the strategic framework, whether that's via delivery and performance or another related committee, and we'll make sure we get that right level of detail for the relevant board subcommittees or exec committees, and the right level of assurance, picking up on those components as detailed. And I absolutely agree, we need to make sure that the right information is at the right place at the right decision point, so that we can prioritise as needed. So we can take that away and make sure that's reflected in those ongoing reporting mechanisms.
Thank you.
Helen, do you have any comment to make at this stage, or do you just want to take that back and
Nothing to add, Carl. I concur completely with the point Ian's making and Pete's response. So we'll, Liz and I will note that as an action in the minutes, and we'll make sure that's formally reported back.
Thank you. Hayley, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Apologies, my hand isn't working at the moment in the group chat. So,
your physical hand is working well, so you're okay.
I was doing that. Sorry. But firstly, to Pete and Vicky, to the team, I know in the context of operationally a really challenging and busy period that you've pulled together this strategic framework, and really grateful for the approach that you've taken to engage across the organisation and with partners as well. I think the comment I wanted to make is that this sets a direction, but digital changes from one day to the next. So the recognition that this is a live document that will continuously need to be updated as we move forward with technological advancements is one of the challenges for us in NHS Wales, which is how do we keep going, and in particular, how do we fit in the context of the national work? And I know that there's substantial work that we are part of through Digital Health and Care Wales and some of the national programmes, and some of that sort of connecting piece is important for us to continuously update. I think the point around the devil's in the detail, around how do we make this strategic framework a reality, and I think listening to other board members' comments about some of the choices and priorities and the implementation path to this will be important. But it would be remiss of me to say that digital has got massive benefits to us as a system, particularly reflecting the geographical spread and rurality that we're facing, and the importance that we've got to really exploit some of those technological and digital opportunities that we've got. But we'll be doing that in concert with the national programmes, and I know there's quite a few reviews and lessons learned pieces of work being conducted on a national basis, and from that there may well be additional amendments that we need to make to our plan to continuously respond to that environment. But I just wanted to thank the team really for bringing this to us, and look forward really to the detailed plans now that sits underneath this, and huge thanks to Vicky and the team and to Pete for their leadership on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Kirsty, please.
Thank you, Carl. I think Hayley beat me to it really, in the sense of this world is changing practically on a daily basis. You know, what we know about AI today is significantly more than what we knew about the capabilities of AI 6 months ago, and AI will have transformed itself again in 6 months' time. And I'm just wondering, you know, how do we reflect that in being able to ensure that all the projects are timely and are keeping up to date and up to that speed of change within the wider sector. I think there's a lot of emphasis in this framework around patient experience, but I just wanted to stress that getting this right is also part of a patient safety mechanism. And you know, the electronic prescribing is a really good example of that. But I think one of the ways in which we could really focus on patient safety is the interoperability and the sharing of data. So not asking clinicians to be making decisions on partial knowledge. And I think, you know, ensuring that we've got a really strong patient safety focus on some of this work, and this being seen as a driver around patient safety improvements, I think is also really important. And then my final point was, it was really good to join other colleagues recently on a cybersecurity briefing, and I was greatly cheered up actually as an independent member, because many of the questions that we were being challenged as independent members to ask your exec had been covered just days before in our board development. So I felt that, you know, I felt in a really assured place, in the sense of we didn't need to ask those questions because Pete and Vicky had proactively come to tell us about many of those things at board development. But obviously, you know, we don't want to discuss it here, but making sure, and going back to Mez's last item about business continuity, with an ever increasing focus on digital, ensuring that our cybersecurity is where it needs to be is a really important thread for business continuity. And I'm just wonder whether Vicky's got some comments on that. And then finally, some of the bigger infrastructure issues here aren't just an issue for us as an organisation, they're an issue for any organisation that operates in this county and for all of us that live in this county. And I just wonder what alliances we can forge outside of us as a health board, because if we need better connectivity, then you can bet your bottom dollar that everybody else, whether that be the National Park, the County Council, the local college, the high schools, as well as individual residents, they all need better connectivity as well. And I'm just wondering what alliances we can forge outside ourselves to drive government investment in a infrastructure that will support this work.
Thank you, Kirsty. Really erudite and good points there. Vicky, Pete, it may be that different. How do you want to respond to Kirsty's observations?
I think I think in the first place is I agree with all the points Kirsty's made, and then included in the framework, all of those areas are priorities within it. So those themes are in there. We can get into levels of detail around it as needed. And Vicky may want to add any comments, but in terms of the alliance and the Powys connectivity, if you like, we recognise that we've raised that issue with Welsh Government. We've reached out to other related organisations about can we do something collectively in terms of improving connectivity across Powys. So I agree with those comments, and I think what we do is we make sure that as part of that reporting mechanism, we include those and reference those as needed as a priority. So thanks, Kirsty.
Vicky?
Thanks. Thank you. So yes, there was a lot in there, Kirsty. Thank you. And if I hopefully I've picked up the points, but going back to the AI and keeping ahead of technology, we do work very closely with the RIC Hub, Research Innovation. They're chomping at the bit for us to put in stuff that's sort of, out there, and to have a safe development space where we can use some of this technology and see if it's right for Powys or if it's the right time to use it, and whether we can lead on some of those innovations. And we are doing already with the Basilweb and the HoloLens work and looking at remote training, etc. So we also get on the King's Fund events. So we're trying to sort of work with our peer groups quite robustly on making sure our research is driving a lot of what we do. Going back to the business continuity element, something I'm really quite passionate about. So the more we move to digital, the harder and more complex our business continuity is going to become. So this is where we are redeveloping our digital service delivery to work very, very closely with clinical services so that we do that in partnership with them. So clinical services know exactly what to do, what would happen for fallback procedures, etc., and how we can make that as straightforward and safe for them as we possibly can. So that's very much a relationship that we'll take forward. And yes, I think that's all I'd written down, Kirsty, to come back with, if that's okay.
Thank you, Vicky and Pete. Appreciated. So we go now to Chris Walsh. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on some of the similar points that Kirsty had made about agreeing that it needs to be the partnership, and I think we unpacked that at a recent board development session. But I think that's really important, particularly when you've got challenges around finances going forward. But what I wanted to pick up on is two things. One, it was around cybersecurity. The number of systems that still use outdated operating systems is an issue. I was recently somewhere and they were still using a Windows 7 machine, and those don't have the security patches. So I don't know if we got an audit of how many systems within our organization still are using those, because those need to be changed. And that ties up with then the comments that the presentation by the staff member made about her journey. I mean, one of the things that stuck in my mind was when she mentioned about length of stays. They put certain systems and processes into place to reduce their length of stay from 68 days down to 50. Just imagine what it would look like if they had good IT systems in place. Now that's got to actually be saving resource by reducing those length of stays. So isn't that an evidence base that we can build on by saying putting a better digital infrastructure in place, and potentially and hopefully in partnership with other organisations, we can make a much better improvement and have greater resource to share around elsewhere.
Thank you, Chris. Vicky, do you want to offer a comment?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, we do have an audit of all of our operating systems, and it is priority to make sure that we're not on any unpatched devices, and it works for desktop devices and servers. We do have some standalone Windows 7 that will run an external system, but those should be sandboxed off our network and supported. But I'll happily provide more detail on that for you. Yes, the length of stay, that we are in, like I said, a complex health IT system environment. With the lessons learned that Hayley mentioned and some of the big programs that have been implemented, there are opportunities to review the systems that are used for patient pathways. And we know that the Welsh Care Community Information System is under review at the moment, and potential procurement of a new IT solution. And these are absolutely at the priority of the specifications that we need to be looking at, of how we can improve patient pathways and the patient experience and speed up that care. That's, yeah, did that answer everything for you there?
I assume that it does, Vicky. I'm sure Chris will come back if he wants to add anything, but we'll look to conclude this agenda item soon. But I want to bring Ian back in, and then we'll move to the recommendation and final comments. So thank you, Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Just one very brief point, but I think an important one strategically for us. We've had lots of question and engagement, which has really good. But I do think strategically that we need to have a focus and priority on infrastructure. It's really boring. You can't see it. It costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. It's expensive. It's complicated. And just don't forget, we can't do anything without it. So I think there needs to be something for me about that groundwork that needs to be in place, that we're not going to see the benefits of easily and visibly, but is absolutely essential to getting everything else, because it's the foundation that we build everything else on. So for me as well, in the development of these strategic plans that we talked about earlier, I'd like to be seeing an emphasis and a priority and a plan on the infrastructure. For that reason.
Thank you, Ian. Pete or Vicky, a response to that comment?
Yeah, totally agree, and that's why infrastructure and security is one of the key 5 themes identified in the framework. I totally agree, and it's it can appear to be the less exciting, if you like, at times, but it's crucial in terms of giving us that baseline to do all the other things we want to do. So I agree, and we'll make sure that's reflected in all of our assurance reports and monitoring, as referenced earlier.
Thank you. So just before we go to the recommendation itself, thank you all for that discussion. Really important and helpful observations, comments, and questions. I think the nub of it seems to be will be on the reporting mechanisms. And so it would be helpful, I think, to bring back to the next board an update about how that will work. You know, where do we as a board look for that assurance? Now, as you say, it may be through a committee. Some of it will come directly to board, I'm sure, in various ways. But just for us to be clear about how that will work, I think will be very helpful. So I can see nodding heads, so that's okay. So the recommendation is that we approve the Health Board's digital strategic framework. We note the next steps, and we will bring clarity to the reporting issues around its implementation. Please indicate if you don't support the recommendation. So that's supported, and thank you very much indeed, as always. And thank you, Vicky, particularly for joining us for the presentation and for all the work. Yeah, appreciate it. Item 2.10 on our agenda, we turn to Helen, and for the various reports from her as our Director of Corporate Governance. Thank you, Helen.
Yes, Carl, thank you very much. So with slight apologies, there are a number of appendices to this report, but it's been designed in that way just to try to make it a little bit easier for you to move through the information available. So just to summarise, there are 5 asks of the board than the cover paper, 2 of them for approval. One of those is to approve the scheme of delegation. The board will recall that you had quite a substantive update to the scheme of delegation back in May. There's just one further change, and that's in with regards to the portfolio for planning, moving back to Steve Powell, so that's highlighted in yellow for you. And then the second approval request is in relation to the board work programme for the remainder of the year and the executive committee. That's been designed on a quarterly basis, given the frequency with which the executive committee meets, and of course both are subject to the normal changes that you would expect throughout the year. Members will recall that all of the other committee work plans were brought to you back in May, so this concludes all of the key work programmes for the year. There are then 2 items to ratify and take assurance on. One is with regards to the application of the Common Seal. So that's been applied on 7 occasions since the 1st of April. All of those have been signed either by Carl or by Kirsty in the chair's absence, and by Hayley. They are all essentially contract and lease focused, which is generally where you would see the application of the seal. And the board's asked to take assurance that that's been done in line with the standing orders. There is a slight variation to that, given the nature of working. The witness isn't technically in place, so we put additional checks in place to make sure that those signatures are authentic and accurate. There's then a chair's action that's been taken. So Carl, you took this with Chief Executive and independent member support on the 2nd of June, and that was for the approval of the Power Service Board Wellbeing Plan. That didn't reach us in time for the May board, so chair's action was applied and approved. And then finally, for assurance, pleased to provide you with the declarations of interest register. This is for the whole board. That particular item has been reviewed in some detail by the Audit and Risk Committee last week and is now available on the website for anybody's access as well. So very happy to take any questions, Carl, but I hope that's a summary of the 5 key items in the report. Thank you.
Yeah, very good summary. Thank you, Helen, very useful. A lot of information here, a lot of different types of information for us, but I will, if we open the discussion in relation to any of the components of the report that Helen has just outlined, then please do indicate that you'd like to contribute. Are there any comments, observations or questions about any aspect of Helen's report? No, I can't see anyone indicating that they'd like to contribute. So we are asked to approve the revised scheme of delegation, to approve the work programmes for the board and executive committee, Helen's reminded us that we had the other committee work programmes for our consideration at our last meeting. We are asked to ratify the application of the Common Seal, and also to ratify the one decision that was taken by Chair's action since our last meeting in relation to the Wellbeing Plan, and also to receive the contents of the Register of Interests, also of course to receive assurance, and Robert mentioned this earlier on in our meeting, that this had been given consideration by our Audit and Risk Committee, and the Audit and Risk Committee recommend that we receive the contents of the Register of Interests. So those are the recommendations. Please indicate if you either have a comment, a question, or that you would that you don't support any of those recommendations. In which case, all of the recommendations are supported unanimously by the board. Thank you for that, and thank you, Helen. We turn now to the minutes of our previous meeting of the 24th of May 2023, initially for accuracy. So are there any changes, corrections that anyone would like to suggest to those minutes? I can't see anyone coming in to suggest anything, so we accept those minutes as a correct record. We have an action log at agenda item 2.12, and the action log items are either on track or completed. So I don't imagine that there are any additional comments, but please come in if you do have any, or indeed any questions or comments on those actions. No. Are there any other matters arising from the minutes of our last meeting that aren't dealt with either in the action log or indeed elsewhere on our agenda? Thank you. We are doing very well for time in our meeting, so we will carry on with the agenda. We are due a lunch break at about 12:40, 12:45, and so we will keep to that schedule and at whatever point we've got to in the agenda at that time. So we turn now to item 3.1 and to our integrated performance report, and to the new look, as it were, integrated performance report. And I know that this was very, very warmly welcomed at the Delivery and Performance Committee, where it was considered in some detail, and the new format was particularly appreciated. So Chris, we're over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So just to give you a quick run through in terms of the integrated performance report, you find this on page 690 in your pack, where you've got a 6-page cover report and then the more detailed 55-page performance report itself. I'll take that's been read, but I will highlight a couple of some key issues, if I may. So this is providing an update on the latest performance to the end of May, and as the Chair said, it's the updated content and style as part of the Health Board's integrated performance framework, where it's now providing a focus on both exceptions that we're looking to highlight to the board, and also escalations. So some of those exceptions might be where there is a deviation from expected performance. So, for example, we're not delivering against an NHS performance target. or similarly to highlight escalations where the performance isn't meeting target but requires a higher target for resolution. So that would be, for example, where we're not hitting a ministerial priority, where performance recovery trajectories and plans are not improving or maintaining performance, or where there's a significant failure of a quality standard. The report itself is still reporting against the 2022-23 framework in terms of the core measures. I will come on to the 23-24 framework later. And some key points that the report is highlighting and to bring to your attention is that the key challenges that are continuing to be experienced in terms of planned and unscheduled care. And there are some key escalations within the report relating to planned care services, which I'll come on to a bit later. Firstly, in terms of unscheduled care, we've got very challenging performance from a provider perspective, but have given a high level of performance in terms of our provider services. Commissioned service providers are continuing to experience increased demand, both in terms of attendances and then the ongoing admitted bed requirements. And so we're continuing to work very closely with our commissioned service providers to repatriate Powys residents so that we can help alleviate pressures in those commissioned service providers' flows. From a planned care perspective, there are continuing challenges in terms of waiting times, both for Powys as a provider, but also in terms of commissioned services. From a provider perspective, we've got the challenge that we're very reliant on in-reach services from external organisations which are under pressure themselves, and that is on occasion adversely impacting on the capacity that we have within the health board. Similarly, commissioned services are experiencing challenges, but we are seeing that waiting times compliance is improved in England as in comparison to Wales. But what is a bit of a common theme is that cancer performance is challenging across both provider and commissioned services, and those commissioned services both from an NHS Wales and an NHS England perspective. In terms of the ministerial priority trajectories, which, as I'm sure you recall, earlier this year, the Health Board set target trajectories for 9 of the applicable ministerial priorities. We're currently delivering 5 of the 9 ministerial priority trajectories, which is very good. Page 6 of the report, which is on page 695 in your pack, is providing more detail. And what that's actually indicating in terms of the report is giving a bit of a summary in terms of where are we as a provider against those 9 ministerial priority targets. And you can see there where it's highlighted in green, the 5 that we're delivering against and the challenges that we've got in terms of the 4 that are red. And on page 701 in your pack, we're providing a bit more detail in terms of those ministerial priority target trajectories that we're not currently meeting. And they are specifically highlighted as escalated performance challenges, which there's a lot of detail there in terms of indicating what the particular drivers are and what the key actions that are being taken to recover, which I'm sure executive colleagues on the call would be able to comment against in terms of their respective areas. We're also providing an exception report from pages 702 to 709 in your pack, where again, that's providing a summary not of escalated challenges, but those that we particularly want to highlight that are currently not meeting our targets. And then lastly, page 710 to 750 gives you the more detailed performance report itself, where we're providing detail by the quadruple aims. From that, some of the key next steps that we're looking to take forward as a health board is looking at how we can support, increasingly support from a performance and a commissioning perspective, those areas where we're highlighting escalations and how we can work with services to develop and then deliver remedial action plans, which we will then report on through this mechanism and either escalate or de-escalate accordingly. And this is as part of the overall integrated performance framework oversight that we have within the health board. We're looking to, as well as adopting that as an internal focus on provider services, to take that same methodology into our commissioned service providers as well, so that we can have that level of scrutiny and assurance. And we're looking to do that within the context of the performance trajectories that we've requested from all our commission service providers, so that we will be able to understand effectively what their anticipated activity delivery will be, and similarly to make sure that we're addressing any quality, safety and patient experience issues as well. And lastly, I did mention earlier in terms of the 23-24 performance measures, we have those now from Welsh Government, and there's a reduced number of metrics, 53 in fact, now that we will be reporting on going forward. So in terms of future iterations of this report and the integrated performance report itself will be now against those new measures in terms of that framework that's come up to us from Welsh Government. I'm conscious I've flown through that, but happy to take any questions, and similarly if executive colleagues did want to contribute to any areas that we've highlighted either for escalation or exception within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Chris. Again, a really helpful summary. Before I open it to general discussion, I will, just picking up on your last point, Chris, are there any executive colleagues that that want to come in with any specific observations about aspects of this report? Hayley, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So really, important that we do spend time on the integrated performance report, and the expectations are really high on us as a system to deliver against the ministerial targets, and although we're making good progress, we have got some way to go to deliver against those. And the reason I mention that is that increasingly I think that I'm not going to preempt the next report, which is the finance report, but the context of the expectation from Welsh Government around delivery, and for us in being able to demonstrate that we've got and are taking all of the actions we possibly can to address the trajectories that we've submitted is really important. We are currently in a position where we do need to see some improvement in some of those performance trajectories over the next quarter in order to not trigger further assurance or reporting requirements from Welsh Government from the performance side. So it's just a general comment really, Chair, about how important it is for us as a board through our committees and through this mechanism to make sure that we are focusing on the areas of exception, to do all that we can to deliver against this. We're still awaiting formal confirmation about the position around the 50 million planned care recovery funding as a health board, and clearly our assessment for our submitted Welsh Government IMTP was on the basis that we would receive 2.8 million of that 50 million planned care recovery funding. So that might be something we will need to, once we are formally informed on the position, need to manage ready for the next reporting round in terms of the approach to performance and delivery. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Hayley. Does anyone else want to come in from the exec team? I'm thinking particularly any additional comments in relation to the escalated matters against the ministerial priorities. Anyone want to offer an additional comment? No. Okay. Are there any questions, comments, observations in relation to the performance report, the integrated performance report? As Hayley says, a very, very important report, and one that as a board we need to be assured around, that whilst not everything may be as we want it to be, but that the plan is in place and that we're making the progress that we need to make. Anyone want to come in at this juncture? Kirsty, please.
Thank you, Carl, and thanks to Chris once again. Can I forgive me if I have misunderstood, and I saw this data at the performance committee, and can I just repeat, I think this is like a great step forward in how performance measures are being reported to the board. I think it's really, really helpful, and I know a lot of work has gone in, and I also know it's kind of a work in progress, and you know, some of the gaps that we've got at the moment are going to be filled in as we progress. But I just wonder, Chris, forgive me if I've missed it. You said earlier about when this report was initially written, we didn't have the performance indicators that the Welsh Government were particularly interested in this year. And I just wondered whether you could give us an indication about what's come off or what's gone on, and from a performance perspective, which aspects you're most concerned with at this stage in reporting against those new measures. Forgive me if I've not seen those in the report.
No, thank you, Kirsty. No, you haven't missed anything. They won't have been included in the report because of the timeliness of the data. We can certainly provide you with a copy of those in terms of the new measures. They're quite extensive, as you know. There were 84 measures in the framework that we were looking at this year, but also in terms of there were 8 operational and 9 qualitative measures within the framework this year. That's changed now in terms of the numbers. I think 46 measures have been retired, if I remember rightly. There are 21 new measures, and the number of qualitative measures has increased to 11. So we can certainly provide you with that detail. So no, you didn't miss that in the report, but the intention would be now going forwards that the layout of the report will stay the same, but it will now reflect obviously the new measures that have been released. But we can certainly provide you with a copy of those, Kirsty. That isn't a problem at all.
Thank you.
And I wonder if I can come back, Carl, just to ask Chris, are those measures significantly different from what we've been reporting on previously? Is this going to represent a big change? And are there particular, new areas that perhaps we have not been scrutinising quite so much, or is it more of a case of business as usual with some things dropping out?
It's probably a mixture of all of that, Kirsty, in terms of there are some new measures and there are some measures that have obviously dropped. Simon McLennan, who I must thank for pulling together the report, has done a summary in terms of the changes from the framework of 22-23 to 23-24. So I'll ask him to forward that on, Kirsty, that we can make that available to all the board so we can see the differences then in the measures from the framework that we're reporting on in this document to what we'll be reporting on going forward. So I'll ask him to forward a copy of that. That's not a problem.
Thank you. Is that okay, Kirsty? Anything else? No. Okay. So we go now to Simon Wright. Thank you, Simon.
Hello, Simon Wright, independent member representing university. My query here is around staffing and staff capacity, because it does strike me that in a number of areas the issues identified relate to staff capacity, and in our next item we'll be looking at some of the resulting agency costs of staff. And I just wondered how far executive colleagues think that is something we are making inroads to, or how far it remains one of how serious an issue is the staffing capacity in relation to what we're seeing in this performance report. Thank you.
Do you want to take that now, Chris?
Happy to respond. I can certainly respond that we're seeing that a lot, Simon, and thank you for that question. In terms of the integrated performance framework, as I said earlier, with the number of domains, workforce is a key one of those. And just to give an example that's contained within the report, we are noticing in terms of commission service providers that they are experiencing existing capacity difficulties, and then also predicting future capacity difficulties as well. And some of the areas are all Wales, and in fact all UK. Anaesthetics, for example, being one that we know is particularly challenged. And so we are highlighting that as risks in terms of the impact that it has, both in terms of those services that in-reach into Powys because of the capacity constraints and challenges within external providers, but similarly how that then impacts on the services we commission outside of Powys, again due to capacity issues. And so that seems to be a common theme that is coming through in terms of the commission services. We are similarly looking to identify and report that from a Powys provider as well, so that we're giving that that rounded view, Simon, that we will be able to highlight workforce issues both from a provider and a commissioner perspective. But I think it's an extremely helpful question for us, and certainly something that we'll continue to want to report on through this performance report.
Chair, if I may, could I follow up and just ask how far do we speak with Welsh Government about this critical issue? Because it's not unique to Powys, it's right across the Welsh and UK sector, and is government looking at what actions it can take to support staffing matters across the NHS?
Chris, I know that Joy and Deb want to come in in response to Simon. So shall I, if I go to them first, and you may have additional comments. So Joy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Joy Garfitt, Interim Director of Operations for the Health Board. So if I may tie up Kirsty's question to add to it, and also Simon's question. So in terms of capacity, for the majority of our directly delivered services, capacity is the #1 reason for some of our challenges in performance, closely followed by sometimes culture, and it's what we're trying to work on. So in terms of capacity, if I draw your attention, just for example, the mental health measure on care and treatment planning, the target's 90%, and we're delivering in the 80s. That target is directly influenced by some of the capacity challenges we're experiencing community mental health teams, for example, so around recruitment. But it's also influenced by some of the challenges our colleagues in social services also experience, because it's a jointly delivered service. So vacancies in social workers impact upon the number of people with an out-of-date care and treatment plan or waiting for access to service, for example. But if I look at other performance measures like length of stay, we know it's important to get people out of hospital quickly before they decondition. We know it's important to get people back as part of that journey of recovery and back to their loved ones. That's a question, or a more complex question, of capacity and culture, because what we need to do is to move our staff, our model of care, to a more rehabilitation focus for where that's appropriate for the patient, but also to look at how we really maximise the journey of recovery, starting in inpatient and continuing then as we discharge people for continuing, say, rehab in the community. And that's a way where we're looking very actively at the moment about how we can put in measures to inform performance on that area, specifically as we go into next winter. It's a key priority for us. So culture, in terms of a culture of wanting to maximise people's care, and looking at our risk appetite and how we manage risk for patients as they move into the community, it is really key, and that's all to do with culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Deb.
So just to build on that, part of your question, Simon, was about the influence nationally. So we have a workforce strategy for health and social care from HIW. We have a workforce implementation plan, which Welsh Government published earlier in the year, and HIW have also released a number of specific professions workforce plans, like pharmacy, mental health, and primary care will be coming shortly. So we are influencing the work nationally, but for us, the issue is the supply side of it, more locally. And that's not just the supply side for recruitment, which is important, but it is also making sure that we retain those people within our current workforce. We've had some successes with recruitment recently. We've just about secured our 3rd cohort of overseas nurses, so that will stabilise the workforce in Llandrindod, Wales, when they come across in October, which builds on the work that we did with stabilising the workforce in Welsh Corps with the 4 overseas nurses that came as part of cohort 2. And I guess the other bit just to mention is the 36 funded places that we had from HCIW, which is for aspiring nurses. So those individuals, and we were asked a question in Workforce and Culture about our confidence level for getting 36 applicants. We have shortlisted more than 36 applicants. So that programme will run. And those individuals, whilst being paid a salary and whilst undergoing their nurse education, they will become healthcare support workers on our wards. So there's no quick fix, but we're working on the most impactful kind of supply pipelines in order to stabilise the work, whether that's in a location or across a profession. I hope that helps.
Thanks, Deb. Simon, any additional comment?
No, thank you. That's really helpful. Many thanks.
Thank you. Jen, please.
Hello, again, Jennifer Owen Adams, independent member. Hayley, I think this might be a question for you. I'm sort of taking a helicopter view of all of this. When I looked at this report, and again, like others, greatly appreciate the new format. Note that you know, the format this paper is looking at exceptions, escalations, etc. And I think you've already covered it to a certain extent. I'm trying to imagine what it must be like at an executive committee meeting, which you are chairing as interim chief exec, and you get this report. And I'm trying to understand the sense of urgency that you are drilling through the team in terms of the Get to Green plan, bearing in mind that this is one of several very, very big ticket items that you are and your executive committee are trying to deal with. I wonder if you might be able to just share with us what your approach is to that, so that we are able to keep our foot in the gas on the gas, or you are able to keep your foot in the gas, and we as a board have assurance that which we have, that we are doing everything we possibly can to influence and implement the Get to Green plan. I hope that makes some sort of sense. So I'm sort of gone back a stage a little bit and taken that helicopter view. Completely understand the very complicated process and other massive agenda items that are also on the committee's radar, but would love to hear you talk about your approach to that. Thank you.
Hayley.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. That's a really good question, and I hope executive colleagues will recognise what I'm about to respond in terms of what it feels like. So, well, firstly, understanding our position as an organisation, the fact that we've strengthened our performance reporting approach, our systems and processes mean that we can helicopter very carefully as an executive team. And, you know, it is really important that the messaging that we have is not just happening in the executive team. So around the approach, it's how we actually get that message across the whole organisation. So just to give you a couple of examples, you know, clearly the next part of the organisation is our deputy directors, our assistant directors and people leading various service areas. We have been connecting with them very strongly, making sure they're fully aware of the total picture, not their sort of domain, but the total picture from an organisational performance and finance perspective and what we've got to deliver. But also in the local partnership forum as well, as an example, working with our staff side and trade union partners, being very open and honest about both the challenges that we face as an organisation and also what we've got to do together. So I don't feel we need to drill it down the organisation. I think we've got to positively reinforce that expectations for the health board are really clear at the moment from a Welsh Government perspective about the ask. And there are a number of priorities that have been given additional focus through being developed as ministerial targets, and that is something that the Welsh Government is seeking for us to deliver as a whole system across Wales. Now, there's two elements to this. I can respond to you about the areas that we're responsible for as an organisation in terms of directly providing, and I think it's about positive reinforcement, making sure that we can demonstrate we've got the right systems and processes in place, but also the big issue is helping our services through our executive leads to prioritise and to focus their efforts on key areas. So we had a discussion in executive team about how close we are to turning to green on a couple of areas, and how we actually take a phased and targeted approach around that. But as a commissioner, it's also really important that some of the assurances that we've got and our interdependency with our neighbouring health boards, both across Wales and across in England as well, we've got to rely very, very carefully on the commissioning assurance mechanism that we've got in place at the moment around that as well. So, what I would say is that we've just talked about workforce capacity, and I am absolutely convinced as an organisation that our teams are working as hard as they can do, but we have got some substantial capacity issues and staffing issues at the moment as a provider, and we can do what we can do, and we can look at how we can innovate and support people to get as near to the target as possible, but there will be some areas without actually positive changes to the workforce that will be continuing to be difficult for us to deliver. And so it's just about that openness and honest approach, and also holding to account. Everybody's clear about the ask, and as I said, people's approach to this has been very strong. We've got a collective leadership approach in the executive team, and we've had a discussion around particularly the challenges that we've got now for the next 6 months about how we again look at the key priorities that we need to deliver, and we all sort of wrap around those to make sure that we've got the right capacity and skills to deliver. So Jen, a bit of an insight with a couple of examples, but I think the key issue for me is about recognising we are doing well. The organisation, the teams, the workforce are working really hard, and we might need to, as a board, have a conversation, particularly over the next few months, notwithstanding the winter pressures that we may face, about what we will defer potentially and how we will work together to make sure that we get those key priorities over the line. But again, I'm waffling on now, but it's really important that we get the tone right and the culture. Yes, we've got the systems, we've got the grip, we've got the assurance, but my view is, as an executive team and as a board, we've got to help the workforce to deliver and remove any barriers, whether that's bureaucratic or technological or whatever, to help people to deliver against the plan.
Thank you, Hayley. Thank you. Just picking up on your last comment, Hayley, because I know in my discussions with you how you also have a very keen focus as chief exec and as an exec team on staff welfare, and the fact that despite the pressures and the challenges and the difficulties, it's really, really important that we don't demoralize, and that we keep up our own motivation, other people's motivation, and the belief in what we're doing. And I know that is very much a factor in the approach you take. I mean, I don't know whether you have an observation, but.
Yeah, thank you, Carl, and absolutely, and some of the steps that we've taken as an executive team to support some of that wellbeing offer and strengthen that has been an important element, and yeah, I completely agree. And this is tough. Morale is low generally in the public sector currently, and it is really important that we obviously have that relentless focus on what we've got to deliver, but also celebrate and thank and support people to deliver. And the culture we want to create is if there's a problem, that people are able to put their hands up and say, right, we need some additional support and help here to actually deliver, and then we wrap around as a whole organisation, board, executive and the departments to help ensure that people can deliver what they've set out to do. Thanks, Carl, for that reminder.
No, thank you. Okay, Chris, thank you so much for opening this very, very important discussion. I don't know whether you have any final mop-up comments, or shall we just move to the recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. If I just may reiterate again and on record, thanks to Simon McLennan and Shauna Price for all their work in pulling this together. And if I can also thank all the executive colleagues and deputy and assistant directors and their teams for enabling us to produce such a comprehensive report. Really, I'm very grateful. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And just to reiterate, lots of welcoming comments in relation to the new format and the new way of reporting. So so that's very good. And just linking with Kirsty's request earlier, you know, we look forward to receiving the information that will on the new measures and the comparison with the existing measures. That would be very helpful. So we are. It's recommended today that we discuss and note the content of this report. I think it's the case that we have done that, and to take assurance that the Health Board has appropriate systems in place to monitor performance and to respond to any issues within that performance. And so again, please indicate if you have a comment, question, or if you don't support the recommendation. That too is supported unanimously. Thank you. We have got time, I think, to deal with item 3.2 before we start our lunch break. So we turn to our financial performance report, and to you, Pete. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. So the finance report is included in the usual format. As normal, I'll take us through the key issues and then we can pick up on any questions at the end. So this is the financial position of the Health Board as at month 3. So as of month 3, we've got a £8.398 million overspend. That's against our planned deficit of £8.369 million. So we're broadly in line with our deficit plan. As a reminder, our overall deficit plan in support of our plan as submitted is a deficit of 33.5 million. Key sort of areas to flag within that position is that primary care prescribing is showing some pressure in terms of increased spend, and our agency spend is still higher than in previous years, but there has been some movement in month from moving from use of off contract to on contract agency. A table is included in the report in terms of the key expenditure areas, and that will sort of back up the comments I've just made with pay and our primary care drugs being a position of overspend. And included in the report is the usual sort of trend analysis. And Simon's point earlier, there's a table included on page 3 of the report, Health Board agency spend, and it shows that our spend in month 2 and month 3 is higher than the average in the previous year, and significantly higher than the average in the previous years before that. That's included on the detail. We've already touched on this earlier in the conversation. Clearly, the recruitment and filling vacancies is critical to reducing that spend. In relation to our commissioning contracting position, as requested by the board, we've been asked to give an indication of the cost of the delayed transfers of care in relation to unavailability of social and domiciliary care capacity. The opportunity of that cost of those delays to date is £917,000, and that's related to 1,555 days of delayed discharges. Again, that relates to some comments we made earlier in terms of if we can reduce our length of stay, how that improves efficiency and all the other benefits to the system. Also included is our current position in relation to continuing healthcare and complex packages of care. What we'll say is that at the moment our position is within our forecast and what we included in our plan for this year, but just really to give an indication of the increase in cost and spend in this area, that in the year 1920, our total spend was 14.6 million. Our forecast plan for this year is 29.1 million. So just a reminder to the committee of the importance of our spend in this area. In relation to our savings programme, a reminder that included in our deficit plan, and to hit the 33.5 million deficit, there's a requirement to deliver 7.5 million pounds worth of mitigating actions and savings. To date, we've identified 2.3 million pounds worth of green schemes, 4.7 million pounds worth of amber schemes. So that's a total of 7 million, and there's still £500,000 of red schemes, further schemes required to close that gap. And this is an area which is closely monitored. It's a key item of discussion at our Finance and Performance Exec Subcommittee. So they're really the key issues I just wanted to flag. I think it's important to say that the message and the challenge for the Health Board is that for all areas, budget holders are required to deliver those savings, and they're part of the plan to reduce their run rate and their expenditure rates wherever possible. As always, our focus is on allocating our resources, and I mean financial and staff and other resources, to the best place to deliver those best outcomes. And in all of our positions, we need to always be aware of the recurrent impact of our actions. So, for example, if we deliver our savings but on a non-recurrent basis, that will still be a requirement as we move into the next financial year. So it's key that we always recognise the recurrent and non-recurrent impact of our actions. They're the key messages for me. I'm happy to take any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pete. So Kirsty, please.
Thank you, Pete. Pete, I'm not going to rehearse my usual points around continuing healthcare and variable pay. I am interested in exploring the emerging overspend on primary care prescribing. And I'm just wondering whether that is because we are seeing more items being prescribed, or that as a result of current inflation in the pharmaceutical market and some of the supply chain issues and some of the difficulties in getting hold of certain items, not just within Powys or even within the UK, but a global market, which then is leading to the supply and demand issues, where items that would usually cost maybe £1 are suddenly now costing £12 to procure the same item. And I'm just wondering, what's the cause? What do we know about what's sitting underneath that emerging challenge to us?
Thank you, Kirsty. So just to say, in relation to variable pay, that is an escalated area for us, one which is subject to further analysis and action and detail to be reported via our board subcommittees, as is continuing healthcare, and as you say, a regular area of focus for us. In relation to the prescribing position, there is always a lag in the information we receive, so it's always a month or two behind in terms of the detail we get. So this is we have a limited amount of data for the first 3 months. We have 1 month's full data and then some partial data for the second month. There's a mix of reasons in that, but what I will say is as we go forward, that'll be an area again of increased scrutiny, and working with our chief pharmacist Jackie Seaton, we'll bring back that analysis of what it means and a revised forecast of delivery against that position, because it is an area where we have a number of actions and savings plans as well.
Kirsty?
Yeah, that's. I look forward to seeing some of that additional detail coming through at later dates. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear then, Pete, because that detail is quite important. Because if we don't know the cause, then we can't analyse the solution, can we? So I know that Hayley. So Hayley, do you want to come in?
Yeah, so I can't comment on the supply chain issues. I would need to check with Jackie, but I do know I looked at the national prescribing indicators. There's a trend that's national around prescribing rates. There are a couple of key areas around antimicrobial resistance and others that are driving some of the cost increases. Just to let you know, we do have that detail, and we have it at a practice level, and there are a series of practice visits that Jackie leads looking at prescribing data at individual practice level, and there's discussion at cluster level locally, but that's building a picture that as part of the National Recovery Framework work that's being undertaken, there's a key piece of work being undertaken on prescribing nationally as well. Very happy that we can provide you that level of detail, and that can perhaps be organised through to one of the committees, but just some reassurance that we do understand that picture in detail, and we would be able to provide that. As for the supply chain issues, I know that was an issue about 6-7 months ago. There's nothing immediately that's been jumping out at me at the moment in terms of escalation, but I might have missed something, so I would double check the position on the supply chain market conditions, but just some reassurance, we do have that detail at an individual practice level. Thanks.
Thank you, Hayley. Kirsty wants to come back in. That's fine. I just like to be clear about which committee that information will be taken to. Kirsty, please.
Thank you, Hayley. I wasn't doubting that we don't have the data. My concern is this something where realistically we can stop expenditure? Because, you know, is there something that we can do that's in our control? But, you know, if we're subject to international drug prices, you know, there's very little that we can do about that. So for me, it's not doubting that we don't know the data, but actually how much of that is within our control to be able to pull that spending back, or actually is that something that is just a risk that we just, you know, and we have very little influence over. So for me, that's what I'm interested in, rather than the individual practice data. Is this something we can do something about, or are we actually being buffeted by international forces, which we cannot, with the best will in the world, do very much about in these circumstances? Thank you.
No, that clarification is helpful, Kirsty. And again, you know, that national piece of work on that, we're in that space with a chief pharmacy officer, etc., to make sure that we're organising our impact in that way. But we'll provide further assurance on the detail.
So, Helen, which committee is best placed, do you think, to receive that information?
Thanks, Carl. I think that's Delivery and Performance Committee, and we'll schedule that in at the right time.
Thank you. And so we go now to Ian, then we go to Jen, and then we'll conclude our discussion on this item before breaking for lunch. So Ian, please.
Thank you. A comment, a concern, and a question. So the comment is, first of all, thank you. Really clear report, Peter. I like the format of this. The concern is, I mean, it's clearly continuing to be an increasingly challenging situation we find ourselves in, despite the fact that it's only 3 months in. There's it still remains a challenging position, and just the concern is that clearly there needs to be a lot of scrutiny and control, understandably, on the delivery of our statutory responsibilities with regard to finance. But it just strikes me, stating the obvious, that the solution to our problems is not short-term control, but it's actually long-term change for the NHS and our ability to be able to focus on the key things that we need to do strategically, whilst the pressure is to deliver a balanced finance position. So that's my concern. I guess no prizes for stating the obvious would be the comment on that one. And just one specific question, if I may, which goes back to the questions on agency spend. Pete, it just struck me when I was reading this and comparing ourselves with Wales, whether that's a valid comparison or whether there's anything that we can do about, bearing in mind we don't have a massive DGH, and therefore the age and comorbidity of our patients and our reliance on social care is completely different on average. And again, whether this is a legitimate comparison for us, and perhaps an area that we're not going to be able to get down to the Wales average for the fact that we have a very different age comorbidity profile, and that reliance on social care is heightened as well within that population.
Thank you. Pete?
Yes, I'll comment, and I think Deb wants to come in about the agency thing. So yeah, absolutely, that's the constant challenge for us, is how we focus on improving in year and make sure we're looking to improve sustainably going forward, and that is a challenge always. I think it's even more challenging this year because we have a deficit plan, so we're not even focusing on breaking even. It's about remaining on plan and that deficit plan. And then in terms of the agency, it's a national sort of benchmark that is done via the finance delivery unit, or as they now as part of the NHS executive. So it's a guide that's used to compare us to other health boards in Wales, and previously we have performed well. So but it is a significant issue, as you raise, and there are other factors which have an impact for us. And probably you would let Deb come in on that one, as I know she wanted to comment too.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a different profile in Powys than I've seen in an Iron Bevan, for example. So a much greater use of off-contract agencies, which are much more expensive than on-contract agencies. And part of the reason for that is that we've got interest from people off contract coming to work with us, and we've got less on contract. And similarly, you know, we recruited another 50 people to our bank recently, but the success of the bank is the frequency with which they take up shifts. And if you're offered a shift in your health board, but you're offered a on or off contract shift in a neighbouring health board, then you're going to kind of earn more for your time. So that's problematic. One of the things that we've just agreed as an exec committee, but about to implement, is something called wage stream. So part of one of the barriers for bank work is that you can't draw down your pay on a weekly basis. Wage stream enables an individual to do that. So we're doing our best to incentivise people to work for us, with us, through the bank. And we would need to fall in line with an all Wales approach about removing off contract. For us, that isn't an option for our end. We would literally have to reconfigure our services to even get anywhere near that. So I think it's kind of more of a medium-term option for us to consider, rather than a right now we could make that change. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Deb. So we go finally to Jen, please. Thank you, Jen.
Diolch, Carl. Thank you, Carl. Diolch, Carl. Pete, my question is to do with the information you've shared with us about the savings programme on page 4. And I note that in your commentary, you say that we are underperforming against a savings profile to date by by £71,000. Obviously, sort of being behind the curve is not great. I'm just trying to get a sense from you how concerned you are about that. Is that 71,000 a really worrying figure? Is it a worrying trend? Or do you think that is something which is recoverable within the next few months? Diolch, thank you.
Thank you, Jen. So in terms of the 71, I'm not concerned at that level. My concern is that our green and amber schemes, we get the amber schemes to green and we cover off that £500,000 gap that we currently have against those schemes. So in terms of that bit of slippage to date, that can be recovered, and I know in a couple of instances action has been taken, but it didn't quite get in there for the month 3 as originally planned, but it's going to be delivered from month 4 or 5. So there's that sort of issue which can arise in year. So it's more the collective focus on turning the amber to green and covering that gap is where my concern would be.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you for all the contributions, and I can't see anyone wanting to come in Oh, I'm sorry, Hayley. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just one point. I know it's important to just reassure the board that the level of attention we're putting overall on the financial position is substantial. Pete's already mentioned the finance and performance referenced discussions that we have at executive committee, but also the increasing frequency of the delivery and performance committee moving to bi-monthly. Those are the sort of two examples, I guess, of the increased scrutiny and arrangements we've put around this. But, you know, it is absolutely a challenge what we've got to deliver this financial year in terms of our savings programme, and I know that, you know, every health board in Wales is facing a similar deficit position. So we can expect the requirements with Welsh Government, I think, to increase around our monitoring and assurances that we all need to provide, that we're doing everything that we possibly can as an organisation around grip and control around the financial position. So I just wanted to share that this is already a very escalated matter, both in the executive team and through the committee assurance arrangements, and clearly ongoing discussions take place with Welsh Government about the implications of the fact that we are delivering currently against the deficit plan, but what that means for us as we go into the latter parts of the financial year will need to keep under constant review. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayley. And so we are asked to discuss the reports which we have, to note the financial position at the end of month three, and also to discuss and note the financial forecast deficit position. I assume that we consider that we have done that, but I'll just pause slightly just in case anyone wants to indicate otherwise. Thank you. So those recommendations are supported. It's now just short of 5 to 1, so I'm going to suggest that we have our lunch break now, and can we reconvene please at 1:30, and then we'll deal with the rest of the agenda items then. But thank you all very, very much for the meeting thus far, and bon appetit. See you soon.
Has anybody else? Oh, sorry.
Rhan da i bob un ohonoch chi a chroeso yn ôl i gyfarfod bwrdd iechyd a ddysgu Powys. Gobeithio bod pob un wedi mwynhau cinio blasus a bod lefelau egni yn dal i fyny yn ddigonol ynde. Very warm welcome back. Hope everyone's enjoyed a nice lunch and that post-lunch energy levels aren't affected too much. So, but we continue our agenda and we turn our attention to item 3.3 on our agenda and the report on nurse staffing levels. And Claire Roche, our Director of Nursing and Midwifery, is going to lead us through this item. So thank you, Claire.
Diolch, Chair Prynhawn. This paper is a follow-up paper to the paper I presented to board in March of this year. Colleagues will recall that that paper focused on us as provider services. This paper now focuses on our commissioned services, and all health boards and NHS trusts in Wales that have wards that meet the requirements of Section 25B of the Nurse Staffing Act provide their board with an assurance paper every year in May. This paper provides a high-level summary of those reports and describes also how we are currently gaining assurance of safe nurse staffing levels in both our Welsh and our English providers. It's really important for colleagues to note that our English providers don't have an English Nurse Staffing Act, and therefore they report on their nurse staffing in a variety of ways at different times of the year through to their board. What you will note from the high-level summary is some key themes from our respective neighbouring health board reports, and that is a focus on recruitment and retention of staff, measuring and monitoring quality indicators, and in particular noting any deviation from those indicators where there is a relation to poor staffing levels. There is a focus across the board on partnership with workforce and OD colleagues, focusing on a number of both recruitment and retention initiatives. and that is happening both within those health boards, but I can also confer that as a member of the All Wales Executive Nurse Peer Group, that happens at a national level as well. The paper does describe the added ways in which we are gaining assurance through our integrated performance framework, through monitoring our complaints and our concerns, and through the arrangements that we have with each of our providers to be able to assure ourselves of their performance. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Claire. Are there any questions or comments on this report? Can't see. Kirsty, please.
Thank you, Claire, for the report. Can I ask you, from your professional perspective, whether there is anything that you have seen from our the services we're commissioning that causes you concern from your professional perspective around nurse staffing?
No, there's nothing specific that causes me concern at an individual level for organisations. Obviously, we do know, and we talked about this earlier at a different point in the meeting, around the general capacity issues that we have across NHS Wales, and we do know that within nursing and midwifery, that we, and particularly nursing, that we have high levels of nurse vacancies, particularly across Wales. What is really important, however, is that part of the methodology of monitoring compliance with the Nurse Staffing Act is that professional judgment element of the methodology. So where rotas may deviate from the agreed rota availability of nurses, then individual ward managers, individual department managers are enabled to use their professional judgment, not just in terms of the numbers of patients that they may have, but indeed in relation to the acuity, the dependency and the complexity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to contribute to the discussion in relation to this paper? No, in which case, thank you very much, Claire. We are asked to receive the annual report in relation to the commission services and the nurse staffing levels in those provider organisations, and to be assured that we as a health board have met our requirements in relation to the Nurse Staffing Level Act. So again, please indicate if you dissent, or if you don't want, or if you don't support that recommendation. Thank you, Claire. That's supported. And we turn once again to Mererid, our Director of Public Health, who will introduce the next item as regards the Civil Contingencies Annual Report. Diolch yn fawr i chi, Mererid.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. So I'm presenting to the board this afternoon the Civil Contingencies Annual Report, which sets out the activities during the last financial year and identified key priority areas for 23-24. So civil contingencies involves both planning and also responding to emergencies. And I would like to draw members' attention to the fact that the emergency response structures plans were stood up in response to a number of significant challenges and events during the last year. And this included the severe hot weather that we experienced during the last summer, providing a rapid response to meet the health needs of refugees seeking sanctuary, responding to planned industrial action, and also sustained system-wide pressures experienced during the autumn-winter. So plans are regularly reviewed and updated and exercised, and the report sets out the increased training that took place during the last year. And a planned Wales-wide live test was delayed to this financial year due to the responding to concurrent NHS Wales system resilience pressures over the autumn-winter period. This plan is due to take place this financial year, and this will be an opportunity for us to test our updated major incident plan as part of this Wales-wide exercise. So we operate also collaboratively as part of the Dyfed Powys Local Resilience Forum, and we recognise the dependencies and integration across the organisations to both planning and responding to emergencies. And I would like to acknowledge and thank our Civil Contingencies Manager, Donna Bale, for all her work during the last year in preparing and supporting Health Board wide to respond to the numerous challenges experiences. So the board is asked this afternoon to receive the attached Civil Contingencies annual report and take assurance from the report in relation to the Health Board's role as a Category 1 responder, and note the plans in relation to civil contingency priorities for 23-24. Diolch, Cadeirydd.
Diolch Meredith. Oes na rywun sydd am ddod mewn efo sylw neu cwestiwn ynglyn â'r eitem yma ar yr agenda? Any contributions in relation to this paper and this item on the agenda? Jen, please.
Diolch. Diolch, Meredith. Diolch, Meredith. Meredith, I was just thinking when I was reading this that, and when we had our board development session a good couple of weeks ago, where we were looking at corporate risk register, and we were looking at I think one of the risks that was on our corporate risk register aligns very much with a lot of this report. So there's not a question, this is an observation really, just to say I note that alignment between what you've written here and the work involved in managing this work, but also how much that aligns with the risk that is in our risk register about how we will deal with emergencies, etc. So there's no question, it's just an observation, and I think it's great to see that joining of the dots. I can see the very much the overlap and the alignment there. So so thank you. That's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr.
Just a general invitation for an observation, really, Meredith. Are we in a stronger place generally? And on the assumption that we implement the learning from past experience in relation to these things, do you sense that we are increasingly in a stronger place and more and better prepared?
Oh, it's quite a challenging question, really. So I think in terms of the last few years, health boards across Wales and indeed partners have been in an emergency response phase, obviously with the emergency phase of the pandemic. But I would also say, coming out of the emergency phase, the last 12 months has seen challenges in the system, and some of those I articulated, earlier. And that means that we have been responding to numerous events or unforeseen perhaps challenges that certainly I would say increase awareness of preparedness and the need to be prepared, and also making sure that the plans, both strategic and operational plans, are updated across the organisation. Going into this year, there is a plan which I have mentioned, that the pandemic framework, we are actively reviewing that currently, and it's important also that when there are the inquiries that go on across the UK, that we take the lessons learned from those inquiries to feed back into that plans, and that is in place as well. So hope that provides a response. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, there's no one else indicating that they want to contribute. So Meredith summarised the recommendation earlier, so I won't repeat that, but I will invite anyone to indicate if they don't support that recommendation. Once again, that's supported unanimously. Diolch Meredith, diolch yn fawr. Ac symudwn ni rwan at eitem 3.5 ar yr agenda, sef yr adroddiad risg corfforaethol. We turn now to the corporate risk report, item 3.5 on our agenda, and to Helen. Thank you, Helen.
Diolch, Carl. Thank you very much. So members will know this is quite a different looking corporate risk report, deliberately so for this meeting. And you'll recall that over the last couple of months, as we've been developing and refining our in-year plans, supporting the longer term plan, we've also taken the opportunity, as you would in good practice terms, to review our corporate risks. The board's been engaged in that through some board development activity in June, and members will note through the report that those revised corporate risks are due to come back to the board in full in September. So the report outlines the themes at the top of the third page of the report. They're the 12 emerging themes, some of which are of course already reflected in our risk register. Some of them, as Jen and Mez have rightly just pointed out, are reflected in some of our kind of emergency response areas and others. So the report really provides an update on those and the journey now towards producing the fully revised corporate risk register. Just by means of assurance though, in the meantime, the existing corporate risks, the 11 that we have, do stand. They have continued to be updated and reviewed by the senior risk owners, all of whom are executive members, and our board committees have continued to provide the appropriate oversight in terms of seeking assurance against the management of those risks. So Carl, it really is an updates report. It's not particularly asking the boards to do anything with this, but important that the board just remains up to date and understands the journey to the revised risks in September. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. And as you say, we have all had opportunity to take part in that journey, and indeed there will be other opportunities as we take this forward. Ian, would you like to comment, please?
Yeah, thanks very much for this, and just one comment in respect of the 12 emerging themes, and it's clearly reflecting also, I guess I'm reflecting also on our conversations earlier around the digital strategic framework, that we've got cybersecurity there, and I wonder whether that's a little bit narrow. We've got two audit reports, the infrastructure, another key theme for me. So for me, it's a little bit wider than just cybersecurity, and cybersecurity and infrastructure are quite closely aligned with one another. So when you're doing your review of that, I would very much like certainly the infrastructure stuff to be considered as part of that risk.
Thanks, Ian. Very happy to take that on board, and we'll work with Pete to do that. I think I agree with you entirely. You know, clearly there are other aspects to consider. I think we've just got to reflect on the level to which those risks are managed and whether they're corporate risk, strategic risks, or directorate risks. But I absolutely hear your point, and we will reflect further on that for when we bring it back in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from any other colleague? No. So thank you, Helen. As you say, no particular decision in relation to this today, but here for our information, and we're asked to note the content of the report. So thank you for that. We turn to item 3.6 and to our Chief Executive Hayley in relation to the board partnership arrangements and the joint committees. Do you want to take these separately, Hayley?
Happy to take them completely, because I was going to plan to take them as read. The papers obviously covers shared services, WISC, which is our specialist services commissioning, ESC, and ambulance services commissioning, our public service board, regional partnership board, joint partnership board, and Mid Wales joint committee. So I wasn't planning to summarise the report, just to open it up for any comments or questions, if that's okay, Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So we have the information there in the reports. We've all had opportunity to read, learn and inwardly digest. But are there any comments? Are there any questions? Ian, please.
Fi unwaith eto yn anffodus. Just a typo on the report in terms of the first report. It says the meeting's scheduled for the date of the 28th of June, which is in the past. So just an item of just a typo there, presumably. That's on page 3. The Regional Partnership Board.
Yeah, we got that. What's the page into on admin control? Ian, did you?
I can't tell the page on admin control. Sorry, it's the page. It's showing up as page 3 of that particular report.
All right. Okay.
So it's saying that the next meeting is scheduled for the 28th of June, and the report itself is obviously 25th of July, which is today.
Okay.
Yes, so we have met as a regional partnership body, but obviously in terms of the papers here, we'll bring the report from the latest meeting through. Yeah, thanks for picking that up.
Any other observation, comment? No. So we are asked once again to note the information. No particular decision or action that we're asked to consider. So thank you for that, Hayley. And so we turn now. We're back with Deb in relation to the local partnership forum, which met recently. I was very pleased to be with the forum for that meeting. But over to you, Deb.
Thank you, Chair. Diolch. So this is just a brief update from the meeting that took place on the 13th of July. It was, as always, a good meeting with lots of contributions where we discussed the delivery of the workforce elements of the integrated plan. We also took the opportunity to consider some responses that we'd had, which were in relation to posed questions around development, and it was agreed that we would introduce some topic-specific sessions at future meetings. The forum was grateful for the opportunity to comment on the financial position, stressing the importance of taking the conversations to staff so that they are both aware and can share their ideas. And then the forum also had a briefing on the digital framework, which we saw earlier on today's agenda, and understanding the latest position of the accelerated sustainable model. That's all I was going to say, but happy to take any comments.
Thank you, Deb. Are there any comments? No. So let's say I was really pleased to be able to attend this meeting myself, and I think just an observation from me is that we've talked on a number of occasions during this meeting about the importance of workforce and the importance of our staff colleagues, and it really struck me in this meeting the strength of relationships. And yes, there was a challenge, there was good debate, there was good discussion, but it was with but I really sensed that there were those relationships of mutual respect and mutual trust, which of course are going to be really, really important, not just now but into the future, when we need to face the challenges that we've talked about together. So I was very, very pleased to be there and to experience that. So thank you, Deb. And we turn to Katie once again, the Regional Director of the new body Llais, and to the Llais report. So thank you for that, Katie. And any additional comments, please?
No, I don't think so, Chair. As you'll see, I mentioned at the last board meeting that we were going to pilot a focused approach, which we've completed now in Welshpool, which was very comprehensive and has actually identified some quite interesting messages which we wouldn't have picked up in the normal course of our activities, I don't think. So we'll obviously be feeding back and sharing with colleagues at the health board and looking at how we might address some of the issues that were picked up. And the next focus will be on Ystrad Gunlais, which obviously is different to that rural town in North Powys. So we'll feed back and keep you in the loop. So I think that's all I have to say, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any questions for Katie or any comments about the Llais report? No, actually, it will be interesting, I think, Katie, won't it, as you continue this way of working to compare and contrast the information, you know, and to triangulate that in relation to the broader picture. So certainly look forward to receiving that and learning from it. But yes, thank you to you and colleagues. So that concludes the specific agenda items for this meeting. I'm not aware of any other business, and so I assume that there isn't. The date of our next meeting is the 27th of September, which will also be our annual general meeting, and information will be circulated as regards to that meeting in due course. Board colleagues will now move into an in-committee session. In terms of the motion for the in-committee session, Helen, should we take that now, or should we take that in the in-committee meeting?
If we could take it now, Carl, please, for the benefit of the public.
Okay, thank you. So in order to convene in committee, we are required to put a motion to the board for the board's approval, and that motion is that representatives of the press and other members of the public be excluded from the remainder of this meeting, having regard to the confidential nature of the business to be transacted, publicity on which would be prejudicial to the public interest. So the ask to the board is to support that motion. Again, if you would choose not to support the motion, would you please indicate? So okay, so that motion is passed and supported. It just remains for me to thank everyone who has prepared for and contributed to this meeting today. The quality of the information has, as always, been exceptional, and we are very, very grateful for all that's gone in to making today's meeting possible and run so smoothly. And we look forward to the next meeting, and indeed to the work that will continue between those meetings. But for now, thank you all. We conclude this meeting, and then I would ask board colleagues to join the in-committee meeting. Can I suggest that we do that immediately? Because it's not long since we had the lunch break, and then we can take things forward as we see fit within the next meeting. So thank you for today, and I shall see board colleagues in a few seconds' time. Thank you.